Give a little whistle. Okay. Well, well, well. Andrew Bird, is that you? So true. I was gonna say I find Andrew Bird really annoying, but that's not fair. I basically listened to like a lot of his music for like a year and then stopped forever. That doesn't mean I find it annoying, I guess. I do like when he goes, sorry, this is Dracula Flow 3. Okay. I knew I knew that this is who the guy was from Dracula Flow 3. Because I saw the first one of these reposted on Twitter somewhere. I don't. Does he say any bad words? I don't know. I'm just going to listen to it with no sound on. I'm a dog. I'm biting the fart bubbles in the bath. What does this mean? Hang on one second.
South Egyptian Furburg Whoopi Gold smoking that Whoopi Goldberg South Egyptian Fur Burger Deluxe Mega Million Scratcher Skunk Bubba Kush.
One of the hardest bars ever dropped in rap music history. They must have amnesia. They forgot that I'm him. Dude, I love hearing the people laugh in the background after every single line. Oh, man. Holy cow. I don't give a frick if I go blind. I ain't need to see the price tag anyway. What, dude? Hang on one second. Okay, I'm not gonna do this whole thing, but this is crazy.
Pussy the Matrix, cause I'm in this can kill you. Call that pussy the Matrix, cause I'm in this bitch and I can't get out.
Do you hear them laughing in the background, man? They can't keep it together. It's the funniest thing of all time. Oh, man. What video is that? That's Dracula Flow 3. I'm loading up Lies of P, though. I'm excited to play some character action games. Whew. It's true. Old people talking like young people is very funny. But it's not funny when, like, Corey goes, no cap on God. But it is funny when an actual old man talks like the AI generated Joe Biden. They gotta be old. Yeah, it's gotta be problematic. They gotta have no idea what they're doing. They gotta be fucking confused but desperate for the approval of a generation they don't belong to nor understand anymore. I push the camel through the eye of a needle, man. This shit ain't nothing to me. It's lines that go unbelievably hard. My father-in-law was talking at dinner about how great memes are and how they make him think the spark hasn't died in humanity. Then he shows you a meme and it's like Justin Trudeau next to a picture of Fidel Castro, and you're like, oh man, that's what you meant, huh? I thought you were going to talk about some absurdist SpongeBob stuff. Instead, it's something about how, this is how he looks after his 4th dose of Pfizer, and you're like, oh, come on, man. Oh, man. Slash marker, lies of P. Extremely P voice. I am the 15th letter of the alphabet. We're back with more lies of P. It's a little bit of a cerebral joke for you. You know what I realized, by the way? We have reached I think that we've screwed up society. I could easily count which letter of the alphabet P is, but instead I Googled it. I Googled what letter of the alphabet is P. And the messed up thing is that it saved me probably like 4 seconds in doing it. But I also got served 9 advertisements simultaneously. This is why the United States of America is the most powerful economic force on earth. Rather than count to 15, I chose to ask Google the question, and I got served 8 advertisements for air fryers and blow-up mattresses simultaneously. Just me Googling that question added like 11 cents to the GDP. That's capitalism, baby. How we doing here? We smoking that... I can't even remember the lie. I shouldn't even say it, man. I'm not Dracula, so I'm not doing Flow 3. Let me tell you, my wife's been playing Lies of P. First thing I saw, she's a smart lady. We should have our grinder on the lower belt instead of the upper belt. That way, we can easily swap back between them at a whim. I thought O was the 15th. So lies of P. These are lies of... P is lying all the time. I saw Coney tweet, and I've never empathized or sympathized with a streamer's tweet more. He said, sometimes I feel like I'm laying it on too thick for a bit on Twitch, and then I see the reaction to it, and I realize, now I'm paraphrasing, but essentially, you cannot make a punchline obvious enough on this website. You have to hit them with the Rainier Wolfcastle at the end and go, that's the joke. Okay, I will teleport to another Stargazer. Thank you. We've just defeated the Archbishop at his altar. And we out here. It's so false in the P. How the frick are we supposed to keep peace when all on a puppet's mind is dodging and lying and telling lies? Nice sweater, thank you. $9.99 H&M. Not trying to flex on them. This is the wrong direction. What savings? It was a crazy deal. Who gives a frick if I go blind? I ain't need to see the price tag. Alright. Wait a minute. Is this a Dark Souls 2? Have I just gone down? I've gone up into a lava castle? you can just walk over it. I really like, well, I wouldn't say Dracula Flow 3 fits the bill, but I would say the holy trinity of rap videos on YouTube now. You gotta put Dracula Flow 3 up there. You have to put worst freestyle rap battle of all time in there. That's Envy versus Eli. Hello. And you absolutely have to put Raindrop versus Mike Glambin in there. And I would say that's all you need, man. That's everything.
On the bright side, I guess the whole city of Kron's pretty much like that now.
Eminem versus IBS.
The old town caught up with the new.
Super Hot Fire. Super Hot Fire, I guess, is a classic. I'll just level with you. I saw Super Hot Fire when I lived in Korea. A coworker showed it to me. And as soon as I saw it, I said, "This is basically the dumbest video I've ever seen in my entire life. I didn't get it at all." And then I slept on it, and the next day I just started quoting it nonstop. It was a little cerebral. It took a day of digestion in order to get the intellectual glucose into the system. But once it was in there, it stuck in there pretty good. The hell's going on, man? What are we doing out here? Wow! Okay. I'm dead. I'm extremely alive. And I'm in your house, killing your dudes. Get out of here, Dr. Octopus! Okay, this is not where I wish to engage in fisticuffs with you. That's right. Get scared. That's bad. Oh, man. Deltron 3030 coming to Bellingham. You regret writing us off yet? That's going to be the biggest show in Bellingham history, without a doubt, next to the Tulip Festival. Pretty excited for that. What is he playing at the Bellingham Co-op Foods Memorial Center? Recently refurbished and now has a maximum capacity of 750. Okay, I guess I'll just die to the dad from Little House on the Prairie. This guy hates small towns. I'm probably one of the biggest Jason Aldean fans out there. Wait, is Jason Aldean the head of the United Auto Workers, or am I confused? Ooh, acidic crystal spear blade. That's Jason Derulo. Jason Derulo. Jason Derulo has just fallen down the stairs of the United Auto Workers strike in Dearborn, Michigan. Hang on, can I have a dim ergo fragment, if you don't mind? A little saw blade that I wish you saw. That spear handle's great for decks. You know what? Good to know. Is it better than my umbrella? I'd be surprised. My frames! Go ahead. Oh, no, here we go again. Oh, lost ergo proffered. Ergo tonight, king. Wait, there's a bear trap there. Ergo tonight, Borat 2 tonight, queen. Borat 2 tonight. Oh! Hey, come over here. I'm a genius. You must be stupid. You forgot that I'm him. Okay, you got me, kid. Pretty strong lad there, no doubt about that. You must have amnesia. Sorry, I haven't seen the video 40 times. The bear respawns every time? Yeah, I'm familiar. Did you know you can use your souls to either purchase items or alternatively to level up your statistics? Did you know that if you pass through a fog wall, you will typically fight a large enemy known as a boss that has a higher degree of difficulty on average than random enemies? Whoops. Did you know you can use more than one slurp juice on a single ape? I don't want to bum you guys out, but do you ever think about the fact that you'll never be 13 years old in 2017 and then see a tweet that says Fortnite Battle Royale just dropped, and by the way, it's free, and then you go try it out for yourself, and it's the greatest summer vacation of your entire life? Where's the bear? Don't say Disney Plus. It's on Hulu, not in Canada, motherfucker. Jesus Christ. Bear me? You know what? Give me one of these. Philadelphia? Is that a season 2 spoiler? I thought the bear was a Chicago classic. I thought it was like Scandal or Empire. Which Industry? Which one takes place? The Good Wife? The Good Wife takes place in Chicago. So true. Did you see the tweet that said it sucks so much that America's such a big country, but it only has 2 skylines worth showing in movies? And then everyone knows that one of them is New York City. That's not even up for debate. But there was a lot of discussion about what the second one was. I clocked it. If you ask me the 2 most noteworthy skylines in America, it's New York and Chicago, man. It's like one of the only times you would ever have an establishing shot of a city in the United States, and as a non-American, you would be like, oh, this movie's set in Chicago. Seattle's is fine. Nothing against. It's got mountains. It's got water. It's got the Space Needle. I like Seattle. I like San Francisco. It's got a big bridge. Shut up. It's got 2 big bridges. Okay? LA, bad skyline. Definitely like considering the size of the city, at least. Okay, we're gonna own you this time. Give me some stam. Okay. Bad. Bad. I'm chipping. Oh! Progress. This guy's nothing. Thanks for the star fragment. I will say there were a lot of people. If you get owned by a comment that's like, you know, there's only 2 cities in America that have a noteworthy skyline, the worst thing you can do, and I'm so sorry to tell you this, is say like, yeah, but what about mid-sized city I live in? The people from New York are seeing the tweet and they're looking at it and they're laughing and they're going, can you believe they really stepped in here and said, you know, what about Lansing? Can you believe they really dropped a, hey, like I know New York's pretty impressive, but you're kind of sleeping on Dayton, Ohio. Like you just don't do it. You're not going to win against the New Yorkers in this unique situation, okay? You got to just You can love your city, that's fine. I didn't step in there and say, yeah, what about Vancouver? Honestly, the downtown Vancouver skyline is merely adequate. You know, it's not one of those situations where you typically see the skyline. Well, I mean, if anything, you typically see it filmed as if it's a different city in movies such as Catwoman. Mountains do go pretty hard, though. Tomb Slums entrance. Why is Vancouver's population so small? Well, I think there's a lot of... I think first we got to establish what population means and what small means, okay? There's 800,000 people in the city proper. The metro area, though, has like 2 million. So it's definitely more spread out than something like, you know, like a Singapore or a Hong Kong or something like that, obviously. I would also say, you know, in historical context, Vancouver is a relatively recent city, you know, only established like 150 years ago. Obviously, there were people living here before that, but in terms of like, you know, the Canadian context of sending settlers here to populate it as much as possible, you know, I mean, we're not talking about Montreal here, where people were hanging out and listening to La Corde du Bois circa 1641 or something, right? Try that in a small town. A lot of urbanist YouTubers consider Vancouver one of the best cities in North America. People on the Vancouver subreddit definitely hate living here. It's got its problems, but I think it's pretty nice. Sometimes I think if you don't leave, then you forget that it's good, and then you go to like some other places. It's like the quote that's like, you know, oh, it's the worst city except for every other city I've been to. But then people always do this shit too. Like they live in Vancouver, which has, again, in the city proper, it has 800,000 people. And they're like, why does the transit shut down at night? I just got back from Tokyo and they have 14 subway lines. Like this is ridiculous. And you're like, yeah, they have fucking 100 million people or whatever living in the metropolitan area. Don't do us a disservice. You don't compare Vancouver to Tokyo. You compare Vancouver to, like, you know, Austin, Texas, or Seattle. Compare it to Portland, the third largest city in, you know, Western European countries. Squeak. Vancouver versus Seattle, who wins? I mean, no, my controller! Help me! Get up! My controller! My controller! George! It's not turning on. I'm dead. Okay. I mean, it just turned off there. Yeah, Denver, sure, you can compare me to Denver. I don't mind that. To be fair, Copenhagen has Vancouver's population, and the transit's open 24 hours. To be fair, Tokyo has, you know, 70 times Vancouver's population. The trains stop at midnight. Why? I don't know, because they don't have them driven by robots because they need good jobs for their increasingly aging population, I guess. Something to do with that. Maintenance? Yeah, probably maintenance. I don't know. That makes way more sense. It might surprise you. I don't work in the business. Yeah, what do you want me to do about it, man? I would love it if the trains. Oh, motherfucker. I would love it if the trains were open 24 hours. Unfortunately, hey! Unfortunately, my ass voted to increasingly fund TransLink in the referendum we had in like 2018. Fucking 70% of the city voted it down. So eat shit, lads. I'll see you in my car. When in break, your character's HP recovery immediately decreases. I know I've said this before, but I think every time I've ever voted in a referendum, the side I voted for lost. 2 elections, 2 referendums provincially in order to get rid of first past the post voting and instead move to proportional representation. Both failed. TransLink's referendum to like, I was going to be like $3.75 increase to your property tax or something like that to have trains that fly through the air. And I said, that's a pretty good deal. 70% of the city said, eat shit. That's $3.75 I could be spending at JJ Bean. And of course, when I was a young lad in Trois-Rivières, when I voted for Quebec to become its own country, I was in the 49.8%. Yeah. You must have amnesia. You forgot that I'm him. Friendly fire? Deserve to die, but I'm alive. Deserve to die, but I'm alive. Horrible. Oh, I'm alive. Get broken. Hey, Sunken Sunskinza. Thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. Is Quebec separatism based or not based? Like some issues in life, I think it depends if you're from Quebec. It's a hot button issue. Tell me what to think. I don't know. I was like 7 when they had the referendum. It's not really based. But did you ever think that if Quebec successfully separated from Canada, we would have to listen to half as many announcements on the airplane because they would only have to do them in English instead of English and French? You ever think about that? Oh, but the ruinous effects on the economy and our national identity. Brother, I'm just trying to watch Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 without getting interrupted 17 times because they're trying to sell me like a Chase Visa card, okay? So true. Hey, I know you've been in the air for 3 hours now. You must be bored. You ever think about just getting like a brand new credit card? Can I say something that might offend you, depending on, where you land on this issue? I kind of feel like the most degenerate thing you can do is buy duty-free. If you buy duty-free in the airport, that's fine. It's not my favorite shop because I don't want Johnny Walker or perfume or like a watch or something like that. But if you're the person who buys the duty-free from the catalog in the seat back and then has the flight attendant deliver you your duty-free stuff, I think that's a little bit of degenerate behavior. That's my stepmom. They don't have it in the plane? No, okay. They you get it like at your luggage pickup or whatever. It is cheaper. Duty free is cheaper for sure. But the real value of duty free is when you're crossing at Peace Arch, the biggest crossing in Western Canada. You're crossing the Canada-US border. Sometimes there's like a 2-hour lineup in order to get across the border. But if you take the little flex lane, you go to the duty free, buy a $40 bottle of something, get your bag. The parking lot exit is on like the far end closer to the border. You can skip like an hour of the line and also get something cheap that maybe you didn't want anyway, but you're paying for a fast pass. No, you're the worst. Bro, I can't go without my Johnny Walker Red. You know I can. And if I just what do you want me to do? Go out from the interior, like the way that you go in? You can't do it. They have the spikes. It can't be done. If it's cheap, why don't people just buy everything at the airport? Well, they don't sell groceries there. All they ever sell is alcohol, cigarettes, perfume, jewelry, and like smoked salmon nuggets for some reason. And I don't know how long you could live on that. Hang on. Do you see what I see? Oh! That's actually very needed loot. That's high value loot, bro. Just got here, +2 for the title. We have a vexillologist in the building. Hello, I forgot about you. I don't know what a vexillologist is. Isn't it something to do with letters, right? Flags! Tables! It's insane how much you suck versus how cool you look. Never mind. Little greed. Little greed. Wait, this game's actually good? Listen, I don't blame you for being surprised. But yes, it's very, very good. I mean, look at this. The elevators come down. I don't have to reset the elevator every single... I guess they came up this time. Hey, Anel, what kind of guy are you? The guy who, after the plane lands, waits patiently for 15 minutes like a normal person, or stands up with his head cocked to the side like a psycho, waiting for people to get off? I'm definitely the guy who waits like a normal person. I do not stand up as... And it... Help me. It certainly does annoy me when... Like, I feel like if we all just stayed sitting, there would be no problems. But if the person in the row across from you gets up, you feel like you have to get up too, because now you're in an arms race. Like, standing up when the plane lands, if you gotta do it to stretch your legs, then whatever. But, like, I think at the end of the day, if you're doing it to get off the plane faster, I think it probably saves you, like, literally a second and a half. You get to be the first person of the 6 people in your row to get off the plane. Me, personally, I'll just be second in line. and not have to stand up and go like this and have people like drop their suitcases from the overhead on my head for 15 minutes. Also, I hate to say it, there's a level of decorum that has been lost on air travel. It's extremely simple, okay? You deload the plane from front to back. That means even if your ass is if you're in 15C and you've been standing up for 15 minutes, you wait until the person in 14A gets off before you get on. There's, especially like if they've got to grab, like the reason that it might seem like I'm taking too long is because I didn't get my shit out of the overhead bin as soon as we landed. You know why I didn't get that shit out of the overhead bin? Because the second the seatbelt sign went bing bong, the businessman next to me, who's like 6'5", 240 pounds, immediately shoved his ass into the row and opened the overhead bin, took out all his luggage, and then stood there with 6 duffel bags blocking me so I couldn't stand up until he got off. You just wait 3 seconds for the person to get out. They grab their bag. They walk out. It's no problem. I do the same thing for the people who are in front of me. He got off before you? Yeah, probably because he needs to take like a fat dump. So like I give him all the credit in the world. That's what happens when you order 8 Tom Collinses on a 4-hour flight. Nice try. Good start. I haven't earned my Estus yet. We need one perfect first. I've earned it. No! Nintendo asked USB-C. Adult-only flights, what are your thoughts? Adult-only movie theaters, I'm totally fine with. But I mean, like, I think if you think that children are the worst part of movie theaters, you haven't been to see a movie with, like, 22-year-olds in a long time. They are also really annoying in the movie theater. Like, my advice to you is if you don't want, like, little kids in your movie theater, go see movies that are made for adults. You know? If you're going to see The Flash in theaters and you're like, there's a 9-year-old kid in here annoying me, well, then fucking go see Killers of the Flower Moon or something like that, okay? It's that simple. My ass is not going to go see, you know, Infinity War in theaters and then be like, oh, there's a 12-year-old here, you know? That's his movie. This is his Godfather Part 2. Now, adult-only flights is insane. I think that that's like you want the benefit of living in a society, but you don't want to pay the toll of living in a society, which is like your needs are accommodated for by other people, and then you conversely accommodate other people's needs. Your ass didn't invent the plane. Your ass didn't build the plane. The Wright brothers built the damn airplane. If you buy your own Cessna and fly it, sure, you could say no kids allowed in the Cessna. But if Air Canada bought the damn, you know, Boeing 737, I'm taking my kid to... They're always like, oh, there's a kid on my flight. It's so annoying. I'm going to Universal Studios Japan. What are they doing that's important? I don't know, seeing their great-grandma for like maybe the first and only time in their life. That's stupid, bro. I'm going on the Jaws ride before it gets decommissioned. I'm doing important stuff here. -2, no kids should be allowed on airplanes. This is insanity. You're 21 years old. It's like when people like turn 18 and the first thing they do is change their Twitter profile to say no minors allowed. Listen, if I could ban one group of individuals from flying, it wouldn't be like children wholesale, partly because I also have a child. I would ban people who line up an hour before they even open the door, completely ignoring what zone they are on their boarding pass. That's way more disruptive to the overall efficiency of the flight than like a kid saying goo goo gaga. I mean, you just like, I've been there, you know? I understand. You're 22, okay? You're like, oh, I'm so inconvenienced by the fact that like this baby's crying. Yeah, I have noise canceling headphones, but it uses like way more battery life to use my noise canceling function. I was hoping to keep audio pass through so when the flight attendant came around, I could still easily hear them asking me whether I want pretzels or chips without having to kill my battery life. Plus, sometimes if I have to take my headphones out, it accidentally hits capacitive touch and then it goes forward 15 seconds and then it takes me 5.5 minutes to actually get back to where I was in the podcast that I was listening to. Anyway, regardless, that's because, like, to be honest, looking back, at least me at age 22 was probably like the most entitled I hope I will ever be in my entire life. You know, your brain is fucking sparking up, man. You got like all the neurologic capacity and bandwidth and throughput you're gonna have in your entire life. And the biggest inconvenience that at least that I suffered on a daily basis was like, if it was just me in this establishment, like I could do this shit in a third of the time. But like, it's gonna happen to you, man. It's not happening to me just yet. That's not going so well. But I definitely, you know, you see people in their 40s, their 50s and older, they start to get a little bit slower, you know, a little bit more intimidated by the technology. I promise it'll happen to you as well. It's not just because you're not keeping current. It's because of the fact that, you know, you're getting older. Just the way of the world. Now, do the 40s and 50s and 60s and 70s and 80s and 90s not also deserve to fly on the airplane just because they wouldn't be able to tell you what their favorite A24 movie is? Yeah, of course. Even if it's like mildly inconveniencing to you. Or me, for that matter. I mean, you could huff or you could puff, don't get me wrong. You can, it's your right to be annoyed, but I think it's kind of insane to be like, no, the airline should be for me and only people like me over and over. Like, that's crazy. Silence, I own you. You must be amnesiac. You forgot that I'm him. Oh, I forgot that I'm him. Why? Why would I attack there? I mean, like, I think if it's just a vacation, that's one thing. Like, if you have, there's adult-only cruises. There's adult-only resorts. I think that's no problem. You're staying there for like 4 days, 2 weeks. Sure, why not? There's plenty of places you can go if you have kids. I don't want to go to like an adults-only resort with my kid. Probably be a bunch of dudes with beards vaping. Like, there's not going to be a single person in like a mascot costume that my kid is going to want to take a photo with. If they are in a mascot costume, I'll have to be like, honey, come here. We're leaving. We're going back to the room. I also, and lest you call me too based, but I'm going to say it anyway, I wouldn't mind if they said, hey, you know, on this particular flight, everybody that has a child under the age of 5 or whatever has to sit in rows 60 to 45 or something like that. Put us all in the back of the plane where all the babies can annoy each other. I got no problem with that. But like, planes are like a necessary part of the international transportation network, man. This ain't like Sandals Resort. Oh, that's not what I meant to do. Thoughts on planes with a smoking section? I don't live in North Korea, so I've never experienced that. I don't get the joke. The joke is that smoking has been banned on all airplanes for like, I don't know, in North America for like 50 years. This begs the question, is international travel really required? First off, welcome Take the Purple Phil. You always know we're having like an anti-natalist discussion when Take the Purple Phil chimes in. That's the only time I see you is whenever we're talking about maybe we shouldn't have the death penalty for parents whose babies cry on airplanes. Secondly, you think I don't remember you? Secondly, nobody said international travel. And yeah, sometimes international travel is required, man. You gotta go visit family or what's more important than having your kid, you know, go visit relatives that maybe they're only gonna see one time in their life? People are like, oh, that 4-year-old should never be able to visit their great grandma in Korea. They don't deserve the right, bro. I'm going to the Twice concert. This is important, man. International airplanes are for important stuff. Not the 92-year-old great-grandmother seeing, you know, her great-grandchild perhaps for the only time in her entire life. It's for cool stuff like landing and being like, holy cow, everything here is way better than it is in my home country. Immediately, with absolutely no knowledge of the stress that people who are actually native to the country go through on a daily basis. It's for being perpetually enamored with the novelty of a new place. You don't want to start doing, you know, who has valid travel. Because there's like, I mean, business travel is insane to me. You know that we got people flying around releasing carbon dioxide, basically just to accomplish what they could do with a phone call? Some of those same people are like, oh, there was a baby on my flight. Bro, you just emitted like a ton of CO2 into the atmosphere to like shake someone's hand. Or to go to a video game convention. Like, let's not, oh, there was a baby on my flight. I'm headed to PAX West to watch someone from Ubisoft do a controlled demo of Assassin's Creed 7. Come on, this keeps the economy going, man. I commute from the southeast to the northeast simply to micromanage. I know it's not your choice, you know. I know it's the... Well, you might enjoy it. I mean, honestly, I like flying. So I'm not going to say, like, you shouldn't be on the flight. Remember, it's the people who said babies shouldn't be allowed to fly in the first place. So who should be allowed to fly? Anybody for any reason, as far as I'm concerned, as long as they extend the same courtesy to everybody else. Babies shouldn't be allowed to drive. Now that's damn true. Well, unfortunately, based on a lot of videos I've seen online, it's hard to enforce. taller. I'm insane. I'm dead. Never mind. Insanely dead. I'm just saying, like, it's an you're not gonna like this because it's an ad hominem attack, okay? If Redditors could choose who would fly on airplanes, it would only be 18 to 30-year-old men with a bachelor's degree in science, technology, engineering, or manufacturing, okay? I'm sorry. Every single flight, it would be established by meritocracy. You would have a Royal Rumble-style debate to determine who gets to sit in the exit row. And they wouldn't need individual seatback entertainment. They could go back to the one big screen at the front of the airplane, and they could just play Yu Yu Hakusho over and over again. And maybe that's what you want, and that's okay. I'm simply saying, you know, I want the benefit of a diverse society. That includes babies on airplanes. It includes people whose travel is none of my business, quite frankly. It includes slow-ass elderly people. Might be going to visit family or you know, go to Paris for the first time in their life they've always dreamed of and finally got the opportunity to do. You know, I'm not gonna rain on somebody's parade. Hey, Ambrosia. Thanks for the gifted subscriptions, by the way. Thank you. Don't attack me just yet. I got you this time. I think where people get it twisted, in my opinion at least, is like they think that everything that you can complain about is something that should be fixed. My perspective is that you should be able to recognize logically if a complaint is actually that bad or if it's just you being a baby. If a complaint is that bad, it's worth trying to fix. But if a complaint is just you being a baby, holy cow, the locked door was right next to the key we got. That's incredible. Then you should take that as a blessing because of the fact that I think the human brain is wired to just complain about the worst thing that it sees in its purview. So what I try to do, and it doesn't always succeed, but what I try to do to maintain perspective is like if someone is annoying me because, like, you know, their baby's crying or something like that, or they took, why are you taking so many suitcases on the airplane? It made me take like another 9 minutes to check in or something like that. I'm like, I guess it could be worse. You know, I could be like in a hurricane or something like that, or in an earthquake, or I could be hungry, or I could have like slept worse last night, or, I mean, this isn't even getting into like I could have some sort of terrible, you know, affliction or something like that. I'm not saying you should never complain because people have it worse. I'm just saying if you start from the framework of you will always want to complain about the worst thing that you see in your current field of reference, you can then walk it back a little bit and be like, does this actually matter? That's my 2 cents. How's this SAP Weekly? Speaking frankly, it's the worst one they've done since Ranked came out. And it shouldn't be allowed on airplanes. Also, like, again, don't forget, I've been there. I've been child-free, 22, I got the whole world figured out. I'm the only person who's got it figured out. Why don't we just why don't you just make me the CEO of the universe, and I'll make everything exactly as perfect as it is, as it could possibly be for me and me alone. Because right now, it's only 99% of the way there. we should have a separate line for people who are fast at doing things and a line for people that are slow at doing it. I mean, I probably said that like a week and a half ago. But you also, and again, I don't think people are good at this in general, myself included. It takes practice. But like, you know, you got to have some empathy. Like when I was a young adult, I'd fly on an airplane. If a baby ever laughed, I would be like, man, that baby's like annoying as hell. Now that I have a baby, I'm like, oh shit, I was an asshole. They can't control the baby laughing on the airplane. They can't control the baby crying. You know, if the baby poops in their diaper, they should definitely change it faster than, like, you shouldn't be able to smell that stuff like 15 rows away. But like, there's only some things you can do within reason, right? That's the good thing about the self-checkout. Well, I get annoyed at the self-checkout because honestly, there's some people at the self-checkout that have no business being there. This is the hypocritical part for sure. I'm not saying maybe you should have to pass a little bit of a test to be able to use the self-checkout. Did you know at Uniqlo, apparently, this is secondhand information from Joe Weisenthal. Apparently, at Uniqlo, you can just put your basket of clothes on the scanner and it will scan everything for you. You don't have to scan the items individually. That's crazy, dude. I mean, I don't think it's new technology, but it's definitely sick technology. Whatever happened to that the Amazon grocery store, man? That you're just supposed to be able to put the stuff in your cart and then walk out. It seemed like that was coming out like next year, 10 years ago. Silence, I own you. Too many people stealing? Isn't it unstealable? Like, as soon as something's in your cart, it's like the only grocery store you can't steal from because they scan it on the way out and automatically charge you. It's around, it exists. Dude, they gotta bring that here.
Now, here's a safety reminder for all the malcontents at the Marlin district. A nasty puppy.
We have one in Chicago, fuck Vancouver. Bro, I'm sorry! DL Guiga, I'm sorry I did the Cody Rigsby ride where he talks about boxers and he doesn't realize that it's the dog, not the underwear. I'm sorry. I took the Hannah Frankson ride where she says, do you know this one? Nobody in the control room knew about this one. And then she plays How Bizarre by OMC. I'm sorry I ran back those two. It wasn't intentional. I just like the programming on those rides, okay? I even sent you a high five right when Hannah Frankson said nobody except for me remembers this song because I remember you bringing it up in chat and I was like, it's true. How does she think that nobody knows How Bizarre? It's got to be like one of the top 250 songs of the 90s. There's no fall damage. Kate, you don't try that with me, okay? I try that with you. You don't try that with me. The egg carton went crazy on the Cody Rigsby ride. Keith Jr., let me just tell you, okay? If you got to know where you exist in the Peloton strata, okay? Me, you, and DL Guiga, we're in a tier together, more or less, okay? If you see Kip Casper and Cosmo Kramer join the ride, don't even try to keep up with them. I feel like Kip Casper's and Cosmo Kramer, their 30-minute PB is like in the mid 500s, right? It's like 550, 570, et cetera, et cetera. So, like, I'm telling you for the sake of your own legs. If you can keep up with them, by all means keep up with them, but don't hurt yourself trying to do it. I've made the mistake myself in the past. It's going to take a few years of training and them stagnating for me to get there. Hello. I am going to level up. Just did my first Samyo 30-minute ride, so I'm pretty happy. Everybody likes their own flavor, but here's what I'm gonna say, okay? If I had to choose one genre of ride on the Peloton to keep, it would be 30 to 45 minute Samyo Hidden Hills rides. Perfect rides as far as I'm. It's like clockwork, man.
A human trapped in the shackles of the past.
80 to 100 low resistance warm up, 70 to 90 high resistance jog warm up, 6 minutes of building a hill, 6 minutes of practicing hit, 15 to 20 minute Hidden Hills finisher. Ooh. Always want technique. Unlike Eric B and Rakim, I do sweat the technique. I would also like to obtain some rare ergo. Kate, how far back am I of you right now? Be honest. They should have adults only Peloton rides. Honestly, I would love like a kids only Peloton ride because I would come in first place easily. Easily. That's like me when I jump into the 30-minute postnatal ride. I'm like, oh, wow, 101 output in 30 minutes? Vroom, 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 how's that C-section scar? So I am indeed riding unpadded for 2 hours, but I will say DL Guiga for the last week I've only been riding an hour and a half because I've been burning the candle at both ends. But my wife tested negative today. Second negative test in the last 3 days with 0 positives, which means I'm so back. My life may temporarily be returning to normal until some other unforeseeable controversy, or not controversy, but catastrophe strikes. But yeah, I'm raw dogging the saddle. But like, why? I built up a adamantium ass. Like, why wouldn't I raw dog the saddle? It doesn't hurt. No, I mean I got underwear on, but I don't have like a padded seat or padded shorts or anything like that. I just built up the damn sit bones. What did you use? Took a couple months.
Oh, I saw you go into the
Yeah. Sorry. Let me guess. Miyazaki door. Using the chamois butter? I am indeed using the chamois butter. What are your thoughts on bringing back plastic straws? I'm for it. I haven't done any research into how harmful they are for the environment, but I would say I'm probably for it. Or, I mean, I would be pro paper straws if they just weren't so ass. And, you know, I generally have a decent amount of faith in, like, the manufacturing capabilities of society. I don't think it's like they're holding back on a good paper straw. I think that this is the best they get for right now. And it's simply not getting the job done. As a result, maybe the technology's not there yet. Yum. If we wait until it's good enough, it'll be too late for the planet. We're not doing the plastic straws thing for the planet, right? Like, that one's for the turtles. I'm not anti-turtle. I'm just saying, it's not like the plastic straws are releasing, like, gigatons of CO2 into the atmosphere. Let's not conflate two situations here. Like, I'll have a slightly worse straw and feel good about it because I'm doing something good for the turtles. I don't want to see a turtle die just because I wanted to have a nice little cold brew or something like that, but... Almond straws, though? Yeah, but then almonds use 1,000 liters of water to produce like a single almond, bro. Oh. I deserve that. I'm sorry, I thought I could skirt along the side. Oh. Come on. Come on. You hear the steppers, man? It's crazy. Oh my god. Come on, man. Make sure you don't Google how many gallons of water it takes to make a pound of beef. Bro, the cows are making the beef. Take it up with them. Also, I don't really eat beef. I'll have you know we got Indian food last night. And can I say that I'm the most moral man of all time? 2 vegetarian dishes, 2 meat dishes. For 4 adults. 15 years ago, that would have been 4 meat dishes, okay? If it was just me, I could have easily gone 4 vegetarian dishes. Careful, he's a hero. You get some paneer. No, we were paneerless. We got a chana masala. What have I done? An aloo gobi. Delicious. My daughter ate 2 pieces of naan bread for dinner and then a scoop of ice cream. So I'd say nutritionally, we pretty much got this thing on lock right now. Based. Blind? Where am I going? Up the stairs, okay. Yeah, I was vegetarian for a bit. I know I keep saying it. Oh, up these stairs. It's not to put any pressure on Kate. It's merely to keep it in the frame of reference. If at any point Kate said, "Let's go vegetarian,"
I wouldn't want to cramp your style.
we could spool that up in one grocery store trip, essentially. But she's the meat eater. Going vegetarian for me would be relatively frictionless. Much like my thighs after I put the chamois butter on. Motivity crank, huh? Can't quit the sushi. Hey, brother, you said it, not me.
This just in. It turned out to be Geppetto's puppet. This month's protection fee will be waived for anyone who
Almost
hunts
every
it down.
vegetarian has anemia.
What a
Source,
deal.
dude, just trust me.
Run, you idiot.
Me when I'm trying to justify my 20-piece chicken nugget habit. I just want to see a ladder so I don't have to deal with the ranged Andes. Get ulted. I can't see your health bar. I'm okay. Bro, I can't see! Get owned. I own you. Patience amulet, we take those. Oh! Whatever, we got him. We blew him up. Vegetarians are the centrists of dining. Prove me wrong. You guys are like, take it from me. You're too judgmental. Who cares? Unless they're in your face forcing you to become a vegetarian. But like it's like a very 2010 take. Is like people hate vegans because like they're so militant. Like most of the time, when I was a vegetarian, the perception is that you would get annoyed by vegans being like, why don't you take it a step further? It was way more annoying to be like, oh, I'm vegetarian right now, I'm not eating meat, and then people would immediately take it as like an assault on their identity. They would be like, for every hamburger you don't eat, I'm gonna eat 2. And you're like, okay, brother, fucking go see if I care. Most of the time, people are just out here like minding their own business. You're like, fine, I'll never tell you an intimate piece of information about myself ever again because you're too rude about it. Hey, Deli Saro, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. Oh yeah, it's true. I mean, to be fair, it's not just a vegetarian thing. I'm sure if you tell people you're on keto or intermittent fasting or something like that, they probably get a little anal about it. Or annoying sometimes. I mean, it's like the same thing. Like if you're a vegetarian and you get annoyed by people being like, well, my lunch eats your lunch for lunch, then just imagine that you're bald, because it's basically the same sort of experience. Just hearing the same bad jokes over and over again for your entire life. And then imagine being a bald vegetarian, dude. Quartz. Quartz is good. It's true. It's true. Being bald is like every day is April Fool's. You gotta go first. The reason I don't eat beef, though, is not environmental. I've said it before. Shit just got, like, too expensive. Stupid. I enjoy a steak as much as the next guy, but, just got too expensive, man. What about salmon? Salmon, also like real expensive. But my parents are here, so they've been buying our salmon. That's another great thing about going vegetarian. Chickpeas are cheap as hell, man. It's like one of the cheapest foods you can get. Still costs more than it used to. Hang on. Amulet. Oops. Amulet of Patience. Increases stamina recovery speed, huh? My most toxic vegetarian trait, though, is that I don't really like tofu. There's some forms of it that I enjoy, and I've eaten a lot of it in my life, but it's just not my... It's not my favorite, let's put it that way. I like it okay. I like dubu cholim, but apart from that, I'm like, eh. Yeah, exactly. I just like vegetables, man. Just relax here. Can you just chill out with all this stuff breaking? Hello, Sinvicta. Hey, whoa. Hello, Sinvicta. Oh, a bear trap again? That sort of thing isn't my bag, baby. How do you feel about meat getting subsidized? Listen, it's not a popular take, and I don't think it should be a popular take. I'm blessed to be in this position. I have opinions, but like as time goes on, I have less and less of them. I don't know, man. It's not my area of expertise. I don't know about the inputs. I don't know about the outputs. I don't know about the incentives. You take the subsidies away, 250,000 farmers immediately are out of a job. That's a lot weighing on your conscience as well. I don't know. It's hard. I can't weigh in on that. Hey, Mad Dog Nation, thanks for the gifted subscriptions, by the way. Thank you. But I will say, farmers should be allowed on airplanes. In my opinion. Sorry if this offends you. Holy cow. You gotta admit, that was sick. Not with the announcement again, please. Not with the bear trap again. Yeah, you'll relax. This is where we normally come in. Come around here. Tom Petty voice, please come around here some more. I can't believe it. We can't, there's no other way. We have to fix the timeline. No. This is the perfect time to have an umbrella. You're not wrong. He's not really using it though. I'm sorry to say this, by the way, as long as I'm making enemies. I feel like I need Justin to be here to back me up, and I need Apollo not to be here, or he'll be very upset with this. I'm not a Tom Petty guy. Oh. Bad take. I'm like, there's a couple Tom Petty songs I don't mind, like I think "American Girl" is a little bit of a bop. It's kind of like the first White Stripes song ever made in many ways. Maybe I do like Tom Petty. I just don't like Free Fallin'. Maybe that's it. Maybe I'm just sick of Free Fallin'. What else is he got? He's got Running Down a Dream. I would give that a 2.5 out of 5. Not to be rude. That's a reasonable review. In many ways, I'm like the Robert Christgau of music. American Girl's like a 4. Does he sing "You Don't Have to Live Like a Refugee"? Don't have to live like a refugee? He does? I don't know. That's like a 2. Sorry. And just for me, just in my head, that's like a 2. You can enjoy it however much you enjoy it. But maybe it's because I didn't grow up strong or grow up right with those Indiana girls on those Indiana nights. It's crazy how, like, an Indiana night when Tom Petty was making music probably was a little bit more noteworthy. 2023, an Indiana night is a trip to the gas station, put on your nice college football gear, sorry, and then, 3 hours of watching whatever's good on the Roku channel. No disrespect to Indiana or whatever. Indiana. Maybe Indiana.
Another fine day in the city of Krat, but I wonder, my friend, just where you've been? Ah. I hope my return is out.
Oh, it's Riddle Guy. I stand tall and proud.
When I'm young and bold, but I'm short and humble once I've gotten old. What am I?
Candle, candle! A boa constrictor who finished digesting.
Did you cheat? Are you cheating? No offense. You know, it's as I can tell you.
Trinity key. We need to go back to the church to use the Trinity key, right? Lucky that my stance is small and humble, so true. So you don't confuse them with mountains. Shalom lale lole. I should have just opened this, huh? What the hell is Shakira talking about, man? Lucky that my breasts are small and humble, so you don't confuse them with mountains. She's just spitting? What the hell was she talking about when she said waka waka, this one for Africa, bro? She's not on 12 Vicodin smoking that Scooby-Doo dick, okay? I understand the reference. Do not make this jump yet. Also, I know we've said this before. I still don't understand. Your taxes paying ass wouldn't understand. +2, +2. Because she isn't being investigated for that. But anyway, I allegedly shot put. Boy, I sure hope it did. What the hell happened in 2010 with the World Cup? I thought that it was waving flag, K-Non waving flag. I thought Canada was going to get its chance on the world stage to make its media presence felt. And instead, all of a sudden, it becomes Shakira's bop, Waka Waka, this time for Africa. That was the World Cup with the Vuvuzelas, yes. It was indeed. Best World Cup? I don't know. I think I have fond memories. You got me, kid. I have fond memories of the 2002 World Cup because I was in 8th grade and it was the summer. So, like, the World Cup starts in, like, June or something like that. We watched the games in our computer lab. Our 8th grade teacher was basically like, listen, you're all going to high school next year. It's frickin' June or whatever. Like, you don't need to do any work. So all we did was watch the World Cup. I also feel like that was a great World Cup as someone who doesn't follow soccer, because there were like more upsets than there have ever been in World Cup history due to very suspicious refereeing. The host did very well. Yeah, it's true. It's true. '10 was pretty good. I don't remember much of it. I definitely remember I went to Las Vegas with my parents while it was going on, and I placed a bet on the Spain-Portugal game, and it was a $40 bet on Portugal to win. Smartest sports gambler of all time. You were in 8th grade? No, in 2010, I had just graduated from university. I mean, 2006 is a noteworthy one as well. Watching the World Cup final and watching Zinedine Zidane headbutt that guy. That was wild. He didn't kill him. Doesn't that make you like 35? World's most arithmetic inclined Twitch chatter? It does make me like 35. In fact, I would say I'm almost the most like 35 you can actually be. I'm 34 and I turn 35 in like almost exactly 2 months. The mathematics are correct every time. You're a Sagittarius? Oh boy. Sorry, here we go. I am a Sagittarius, yeah. I am. How are you younger than Germa? I was born after. I was born after him. Oh. They love to open doors like that in this game. How does being old feel? Here's one thing I would say. Being old allows you to have a long-term time horizon for your thoughts and the consequences of them. So you don't understand that you, as like a 28-year-old, when you're saying 35 is old, like in 7 years, your ass is like 98% likely to still be alive. And then you're going to have to deal with the fact that you called a 35-year-old old, and thus you'll now think of yourself as old. So it really serves you poorly to poke fun at someone for something that you are probably going to experience yourself, if you're lucky. The alternative is worse, for sure. Sanus camera. Silence, I own you. Also, I would say like pretty much, I mean, you can say this is cope if you want, but I'm living it and you're just, you know, shitposting about it online. Other people in their 30s may feel different or they may feel the same. Feel free to chime in. It definitely feels better to be, for me, in my 30s than in my 20s. You don't really start the decaying process for a little while, I think. Like, you're decaying a little bit, but like, it's not like we... listen, without being insanely rude, a lot of the people right now that are like old ass, like your body's decaying, I'm like, brother, you're 26, what's your excuse? Like, look at your profile photo, okay? Like, it's... You can still, in your 30s, you can make up for the fact you're getting a little bit more drag, but you can just crank up the engines a little bit and stay relatively homeostatic, you know? Unless you're a professional athlete, it's not really like an enormous problem. Like I would be past my peak in the NFL right now for sure, but we ain't in the NFL. You know, the average person my age does like 8 minutes of cardiovascular exercise a day. It's not that hard to peak in your 30s versus, you know, in your 20s, in my opinion. Because in your 30s, you have a little bit more of an uphill battle, but it's not that much. And in your 20s, everything's going right, but most people just can't seem to put it together, myself included. Like, instead of, like, you could, hang on, where's the shortcut, by the way? You could be in the best shape of your life at 25 if you wanted to be. But instead of doing like 30 minutes of cardiovascular exercise, you're like, maybe I'll just play 2 more games of League of Legends. You know? When you're in your 30s, it becomes easier to, in my opinion at least, in my experience, it becomes easier to prioritize the stuff in your life that you think will actually matter. Because I think you get rid of the cope that's like, I'm gonna be the first dude ever that like, just from pure luck, doesn't actually experience the negative effects of aging. At some point, you just reach an age where you're like, that shit is gonna happen to me. And you either make a choice, like, are we going out, you know, in a graceful way, or are we going out in a blaze of glory? I'd rather go out as a graceful Andy. So you kind of, you know, you learn to accept reality on its own terms instead of delusionally. Hang on, I'm gonna get healed again. Hang on. Before I fight this guy, this one's gonna feel good. Mad Andes when they're in the on-ban requests. It was just a joke. There's no audit coming anymore. There's no, listen, I'm 34 now. We don't need to do an audit. We'll just send you to the chokey like Mitch Trunchbull. You can audit yourself. What did he say? Okay, well, here's what he said. It was the thing that everybody's been getting banned for lately. It was a bad faith, open quotation mark of something that I didn't say. They said, I have a 25-hour, open quote, I have a 25-hour work week and I work out a little bit. You guys are big losers. That's not what I said. First off, last week I think I only worked for like 20 hours. Secondly, on top of that, I didn't call anybody a loser. I just said like my ass is less of a loser in my mid-30s than I was in my mid-20s. Because your brain gets better, or at least mine did. Obviously it didn't work for everybody. But they might be 19, I don't know. Did they get timed out or banned? That's a perma. But a perma is really just a timeout you have to apologize for. If you go into the on-ban request and you say, sorry, that was over the line, it takes swallowing your pride a little bit, and that's not an easy thing for everyone to do, myself included, then you get on-banned. Just a little bit of a pet peeve, you know? When I'm trying to have like a mature conversation and people are poisoning the well by hitting you with like green text arrows, I'm like, I get it. The last 500 people you talked to were all on like a 4chan. But like, we're trying to talk to like human beings here, okay? Trying to have a little bit of like mutual respect for each other. Jeff O'Neill blocked me on Twitter and I've never recovered. I love blocking people. It honestly owns. It feels amazing. If you're here, I apologize, okay? But I tweeted, I think it was yesterday, I tweeted, I'm gonna be an hour late today, sorry. Someone replied, it wasn't even rude, really. They just said, enjoy your 1 hour of Canada Day. Block. Look up the username, unblock, mute. They're a shadow to me now. They're ether. They're a ghost. Now, why would you do that? You gotta you gotta understand that there's two parties in each bit of communication, okay? There's the person replying, and there's the person receiving the reply. I, as the person receiving the reply, regardless of the intention of the person who said it, my wife's been sick for 6 days. I've been sleeping on the couch. I've been sleeping on the hardwood floor in my daughter's room. My work week has become compressed like a diamond. As soon as my work day is over, I pick up my daughter from daycare. I'm on childcare duty for the rest of the night. Sometimes that ends at 10 p.m. Sometimes that ends at 3 a.m. I'm waking up at 5:20 in the morning, going for 90 minutes of exercise to clear my head, hopping in the shower, making her breakfast, packing her lunch, driving her to daycare. So you can understand how I might find that a little bit resentful when someone says, enjoy your 1 hour vacation, even if they were joking. You don't get to control for the person that you're replying to and how they're going to take it, which is why when you don't have comfort and rapport with the person, you should be a little bit like cautious about the way that you phrase things, because you don't, if Mouth hit me with enjoy your 1 hour of Canada Day, we'd have a little bit of banter, but like I went to school with this guy for 10 years. I know he's not coming from a mean-spirited standpoint. Gets bloated. should have saved it for Twitch chat. Well, in Twitch chat, there's just too much of that sentiment to efficiently, you know, ban. So there's safety in numbers. But on Twitter, if it's just a one tap, your ass is grass. It's like if they can't stop us all. If we Naruto run, we can dodge the bullets. Also, like, is it fair? It's honestly not fair, but like it's the way it goes sometimes. You know, if you gotta go pee in public, you sneak around to like an alley, you pee, maybe you get away with it. Maybe your friend says, wait, I gotta go pee, I'm gonna pull out my you-know-what and pee, all of a sudden, woo, woo. But my friend just did it, why am I getting a ticket for it? Well, I didn't see your friend do it. You both did something wrong, you just happened to pay the price. You're right, Guy, you should have been timed out a long time ago. I don't know what's keeping you around. You know, that's what I'm saying. It's unfair. Sometimes you just get lucky. It's probably this way, right? No. It's probably this way. It's probably that way. Yeah. Nope, not this way. This is the this is the wrong way. Up the first set of stairs. What the hell is the first set? You can be toxic, by the way. You just have to be funny. A lot of people, you know, you think you're him and you're not him.
Looking good.
Oh!
Who'd have thought we'd make it this far?
You can be like really rude as long as you're hilarious.
Hey, everything went smooth as silk. And you know me.
But if you're like 3 out of 10 funny and 5 out of 10 toxic, that puts you in the block zone. I'm sorry. But there's people who have me blocked on Twitter too. Sometimes you'll be like, what the heck did I do to, you know, former Jeopardy winners? People are all dunking on a tweet in the quote tweets, and it's like this person, you can't see this person's reply because they limit the amount of people that can read it. And you're like, well, I guess they fucking hate my ass, but it's honestly none of my business. It hurts, I guess. You're like, what do you say fuck me for? But, you know, it's their social media platform, man. Or their little corner of it, at least. Wednesday? Buckethead? The Undertaker? Oh, the coffin's for me. POV, you are a streamer who just turned 30. Eldest of the Black Rabbit Brotherhood. Okay. That was a good attack. You got me good with that one? Okay. Well, one is all he gets. So close. Hey, we started with a limited amount of Estus that time, because I keep fighting this dude for no reason. Ten is all the flames get? Dude, that's what I'm saying.
What's the big idea leaving us behind? Oh, I knew we shouldn't trust them. Let's get out of here and get those lousy bums to business.
Nobody scores 11 goals on the Vancouver Canucks.
Bring it on.
You ain't seen nothing like my brother. I'll make sure I serve you.
Oh, man. This is the run. Half the rosters do? No, the Canucks joke is we usually lose like 5-2. That's still really bad to consistently lose 5-2. 10-0 hopefully is a bit of an aberration though. 3-2, then 2 empty netters. Or the classic is after the opposing team scores an empty net goal, the Canucks score 2 quick ones to only lose by 1. I thought I had that last one.
I'll make sure I serve your path.
I did see that continuum on r/hockey that was like how NHL fans feel about their team's prospects this year. Not prospects like young players, but their odds of doing well. And the Canucks were like right in the middle of good and bad expectations and pretty much right in the middle between nervous and excited. I'm going to tell you, this is just one fan's opinion. You shouldn't necessarily put any more onus on this than the wisdom of crowds, but I think we are going to be pure ass. I think we will be in the bottom 8 in the league, is my 2 cents. We did poorly last year, and not enough has changed. No, but last year we had injuries. This year everyone will certainly be healthy the whole season. No team has that. Yeah, but we had the most man games lost to injury next to Montreal last year. I'm telling you, every year there's a new excuse, man. I'm not saying they should make the playoffs every time. Obviously, that's not realistic. But every year is like, yeah, last year we were bad, but this year... Would have been nice to get Bedard. It's true. I mean, we like... the Canucks have had pretty poor draft luck, or draft lottery luck. They've had pretty good drafting, at least in the late 2010s. I don't know about Lekaramaki and Podkolzin. But I think we will still be fucking suck this
Bring
year.
it on. You ain't seen nothing like my brother.
It's okay. We could just, you know, watch the games and have some fun.
It's been a while since I put anyone 6 feet.
This guy's pretty strong, huh?
Rest in peace.
I guess we could just run away from his attack. That's one thing. I'm not gonna bite my controller. Oh, man. Hey, if we do really well, I'll be pleasantly surprised. Don't get me wrong. But no, I'm thrilled to not have quarter season tickets this year. You made me read a Germa joke? God damn it. It's not that I don't respect Germa, it's that I respect him so much I don't want to steal his bits. Glunky? Couple glunkies for you. Spacing. Not every boss is a block Andy. Some of them are spacing Andys. That's what we in the business call The benefit of practice. Run. What the hell? No, no. Okay. Well, that's going to be tough. That's going to make it tougher for sure. You a bacon or a breakfast sausage sort of guy? Honestly, it's taken me a long time to get to this point. I think I'm in a phase right now where when I go out for breakfast, I am not a classic breakfast sort of guy anymore. 2 slices of toast, 2 eggs, any style, 2 pieces of breakfast-based meat, and some breakfast potatoes. So I get annoyed predominantly with the breakfast meat. I think the flavor of bacon is better than the flavor of breakfast sausage, but 2 slices of bacon is not enough to sate my desire for meat at a breakfast. So I order the sausage, and then I'm like, I wouldn't say I'm insulted by the sausage, or disappointed, but when I'm eating it, I'm like, oh man, I really wish like this sausage tasted like bacon. So instead, when we go out for brunch, it'll blow you away. Rather than a classic breakfast, find myself getting a chopped salad or something like that. I dislike you more now? Has no impact on you. It's, that's between you and your psyche. I could go for some lox as well, some smoked salmon. It's not about health. I'm just saying, like, it's like whenever I'm eating a traditional breakfast, I'm kind of like, I'm evaluating it versus the counterfactuals. And I'm like, the counterfactual is I could have more meat right now, but I don't. When I'm eating a chopped salad, I'm always like, this chopped salad is pretty damn good. Look at the parry spam, bro. Run. Okay, you got me.
Demonstration time.
Do like some salmon at brunch, yeah? I like a breakfast sandwich. I don't think I've ever thought this is damn good while eating a salad. You might be stuck in 1990s saladdom. You might be stuck in iceberg lettuce, slices of cucumber, 2 red radishes, and julienne carrots. You might be back there. There's some seriously good salads these days. They've done a lot with salad technology.
Bring it on.
I mean, even just the Caesar goes crazy. I got caught admiring myself. I was admiring my performance in those blocks. Okay, fair enough.
Demonstration time. Who wants to watch this guy?
What salads do you make at home, though? I mean, when I was eating salad for lunch regularly, I would just get like a bagged salad mix from Costco. And then I got this thing called Salad Topper. It comes like a 1 kilogram bag full of crunchy detritus. You just throw a handful of that on top, hit it with some like salad dressing, and you're good to go. It's crunchy detritus. It's got seeds and dried berries and stuff like that. I mean, listen, you can have a problem with that salad, but if you're making yourself like a turkey sandwich on Dempster's bread, you ain't got a leg to stand on, okay? bird food. Honestly, you got a weird connection with salads. When I eat a salad, I'm not in the restaurant waiting for everyone to give me a standing ovation. I'm not waiting for people to say, "Oh my God, did you see that middle-aged man ordered a salad? He's like God's strongest soldier." I just want a salad. I don't know if Kate, we eat one-on-one all the time. Sometimes Kate will be like, "I'll have the pub burger, please," and I'll say, "Hey, can I have like the chopped salad?" I don't think Kate has ever once replied like, "Oh, so you think you're better than me?" It's just food. It's just, you got to stop. He will not divide us, okay? You got to stop looking for reasons to hate people. There's enough that you can find that are legitimate. You don't need to make up your own ones with artifice.
Bring it on. You ain't seen nothing like my brother.
I never thought that. The only time I think I'm better than someone at a restaurant is when they order something that's all ready for kids, like a hamburger, and then they make a substitution that's crazy. Like, can I get that with no lettuce, onion, or tomatoes? Then I'm like, well, I think I'm better than this guy. But if my dining partner got a chicken and corn chowder with a ciabatta bun or something like that, and I got the chopped salad with an added chicken breast, I'm not like, well, you know, I consider us equals. I'm big like that. Excuse me? Spicy food enjoyer? Yeah, I like spicy food. I like it. I'm not a hot ones type spicy, but I'm, I mean, let me put it this way. If I order Indian food, I'm getting a medium. I used to get a vindaloo hot, and then it got to the point gastrointestinally where I was facing mild retribution the next day, and I said, I'm not going to wait for that to get to medium retribution. So I took it down to a medium. My mouth can handle hotter foods, but unless it's the most amazing food I've ever tasted, it doesn't, the juice ain't worth the squeeze on the commode the next day. But that's just for me personally.
Bring it on. You ain't seen nothing like my brother.
Crazy you haven't brought back the Takis since Tales of Iron. You must be an amnesiac. You forgot I'm him. I've only eaten the Takis that one time in my entire life. And the reason is because they were the best chip I've ever eaten. And the nutritional information is just god-awful. So I had to stop. Otherwise, it could easily become a problem. Get me out of here. Get me out of here! I'm not gonna hold you. I don't even know what's happening. Backstep of the century. Oh! Yeah, should have seen that one coming. That's tough. That's tough. I mean, the Takis were like the greatest, possibly the most flavorful food I've ever eaten in my entire life. Motherfuckers from Ohio be like, oh, you've never had pho then. Go ahead, say it. Go ahead, say it, I'm waiting. I mean, have you? Yeah, it's pretty good.
Bring it on. You ain't seen nothing like my brother.
This guy thinks he's Leatherface. That's so cute. Nothing hits like a failed Estus. Oh! He's a strong guy for sure. Did you see the Vancouver Reddit post about the rising cost of pho? Listen, I don't think I did a good job of articulating it yesterday, okay? My bit about restaurants was not meant to be like, oh, the diner should never feel bad that, or like be upset that dining out is more expensive, which I think is how that could have come across. All I was trying to get across is I'm starting to get annoyed with like the, has anyone realized how expensive blank is these days? Who do these restaurants think we are? And then it's like, well, everything's more expensive now. Like, obviously, there's some things that have gone up, you know, 40% in 2 years or something like that. But when the pho goes from like $11.99 to $13.99, I'm like, I think they're just trying to, you know, the rising cost of semolina flour has impacted their business. I'm not going to put that one on, you know, on and chi or whatever. Oh, I haven't earned it yet. I never frickin' will. And I never frickin' will. This dude's allergic to trying new weapons. Honestly, it's not a chat thing. It's simply a, it's an Andy thing. A lot of Andys, they fail to block 7 attacks in a row, hit one time, and then they go, I gotta change my weapon. You know, you gotta learn the boss's pattern before you start. It's like when you're using the microscope, you start with the coarse adjustment knob. If the shit's blurry as fuck, you don't immediately go, oh, I'm gonna tighten this up on the little Andy here. You know, you don't have to bust that out. All you gotta do is you start on the big Andy until you can sort of see it, then you go to the little Andy.
Bring it on. You ain't seen nothing.
I'll start to worry about min-maxing the weapon types once I get more than one hit in per attempt. Oh, man. Conspiracy theory, Lies of P, that little part of your health bar that looks like you have 1 HP is actually like 10% of your health bar. I think they love that moment where you're like, oh, I'm one-tapped. Game designers be like, so true. Game designers be like, oh no, they found out that it's not actually raining throughout the entire level. There's just a little box around the player.
Bring it on. You ain't seen nothing like my brother.
I lived. No! It took like 3 seconds, man. This one's going to be a long one. Strap in. If you mash the X button, your loading screen goes faster. Anyway, I did not see our Vancouver post about the rising cost of pho. But everything is rising, so I'm not surprised. The one that annoys me the most is that like once every 2 months is like guaranteed karma. People will post like, I just got an $11 taco from Taco Fino and look at it. And I'm like, brother, you see the prices before you pay for the food. If you don't want to pay $11 for a taco, walk out and go to a different restaurant, man.
Bring it on. You ain't seen nothing like my brother.
2 tap. 2 tap. Okay, maybe don't walk into it if you're already spaced. Three tap. 1 tap. There was more to like there. There was more to like. The greed? You don't have to post your nose yet. Like, we're not at the, like, it's like day 2 of studying for the MCATs and you're taking a practice exam and you're like, damn, I failed. There's a process. You take this boss, which is a big problem, and you break it into smaller and smaller steps. You know, we're not going to beat the boss on this attempt. We're not going to beat the boss on our 10th attempt, probably. We're going to, when we start to get past the halfway point, we can start to have no's for runs that could have gone there. But remember, you only get the privilege of beating this guy once. We should savor it as much as we can. Attacks in a row. The other thing is, you might be able to dodge the attacks better, but when you parry, you also open up a stagger window, which I'm very much looking forward to seeing for the first time. Will there be an Elden Ring randomizer before DLC? I don't believe so, no. I'm now at a phase in my life, I'm like in where I am in Twitch at least, that's like, I don't want to promise anything. Just getting the amount done that I've been trying to get done, or I've gotten used to getting done, is hard enough some weeks. So we take it one day at a time. Double heal me? Pretty bad. Could have been better. Okay. Bro, you're not supposed to have poise. Dex users don't have poise. You can't be in the corner here, man. You can't be in the corner there. Pure, just desperation. Maybe you're here so we can farm Estus. Maybe that's your deal. Where's she? The fuck did she go? I was trying to farm Estus off her. She just ran away. I needed my Estus. Side people always run away at 1 health. Not this time. Not this time. Can I just sprint away from her and then kite her until she decides she's tired and then go back into the fight? You just got bonked, son. I did not get bonked. I was fully prepared to say that I got bonked. Okay. His recovery from the half stagger is so fast. He goes like, ah! And then immediately stomps his foot. Parrying until his weapon breaks is pretty OP. I guess we could just try to parry him enough that his weapon breaks without attacking him so that the gank squad shows up. We could just run full defense for a little bit. That's the tech. We'll give it a couple tries maybe. I mean, the parries are hard, but... Just one little poke. I can't resist. Okay. That should be the gimmick. Fair enough.
I've anyone 6 feet under.
I mean, him having just a handle would be pretty sick. It just takes time. It's true, you do also learn his patterns this way. Why is everyone trying to kill Pinocchio? I don't know. Honestly, I haven't seen the movie since it came out. I don't really know what the deal is with Pinocchio. Come on, stay on target. Huge. Huge. Give me some health. Oh, health. Health me. Okay, back it up. That's a doubler. Not bad. Horrible. Health me. Bad. We were doing a lot better there. It's gonna take like 50 parries to break his weapon, but you know the movie came out in 1940? That's the joke. You know what's crazy is having Disney Plus, and like occasionally my daughter will be like, let's watch this. And you look at the year that it came out, it's like fucking Lil Pluto came out in 1942. And you're like, this shit must have gone crazy at the Nickelodeon. In between like getting updated on how the boys are doing in the Battle of the Bulge right now. You go to the damn movie theater and it's like, you wouldn't believe it, Operation Market Garden. And then all of a sudden it's like a cute little cartoon about like a little dog.
Bring it on. You ain't seen nothing like
I imagine those whimsies, that the elements of whimsy kind of hit different. Oh! Well, that was bad. Also bad. I just wanted to let him know I'm still here. I wanted that one. I'm okay. No lady? Oh!
It's been a while since I've heard anyone
Who sent me?
Rest in peace,
man.
Geppetto's puppet.
British dudes be like, unhand me? So true. British dudes be like, you what? British dudes be like, sees him? That's damn true. British dudes be like, you know what I mean? It could be a bit. What about saying things that British people say but not in a British accent? Hello, governor. This is a bad start. I hate it, but that's the point. British people talking about Doctor Who?
It's been a while since I've heard anyone 6 feet under. Rest in peace.
Go on then. So true. It sounds so weird to say it. Top of the morning to you laddies. It's just an honest question about England. I love to learn about foreign countries. I have to preface this. People think that, like, because something is like Canadian food, they think we eat it all the time. People in Canada don't eat poutine all the time. We probably consume more poutine than any other nation per capita, but I know the average person might have it like once a year, might have it like once every 6 months, right? Some people are having it once a week. They're in high school and their cafeteria doesn't give them access to proper nutrition. We've all been there.
Bring it on. You ain't
But
seen
in
nothing
England,
like my brother.
how often does a person typically eat a French fry sandwich? Because that's so funny to me. Never? Okay. I'm dealing with a stereotyped view of the country then. You mean a chip buddy? Yeah. Like a French fry sandwich with like HP sauce on it. Once in a blue moon. This morning. Not never, but not that often. Once every few months. French fries are not the same as chips. Chips are thicker cut. Come on. Listen. I know what a French fry is. I know what a chip is. It's a French fried potato, okay? Just relax. He'll be like, the American mind can't possibly conceive of this. And then it's a French fry that's like 1.5 times thicker than a French fry you get at McDonald's. Okay, I think it's fair to say I forgot what I was doing for a bit. Let's bring it back. We're breaking this weapon. I told you. We need to stop dodging the overhead. Can you relax? We need to confront the overhead. Mission failed. Okay, okay. Did you eat Greg's in London? I did. And without any sense of irony, it was actually one of the best meals I had in London. I don't mind British food. I don't mind if someone was like, "Hey, do you want to go out for lunch at a British pub?" I would be like, "Let's go. Let me get some kind of meat pie. Let me get a fish and chips. Let me get
Bring it on.
a seared halloumi sandwich. Let me get bangers and mash. Let me get the lamb stew, okay?" I would say that Kate and I were a little disappointed with the food scene that we experienced in London, at least. We also, I don't know, we might not have gone to the right sort of places. Get me out? I mean, it's a foreign country. Like, I barely speak the language. It's kind of hard to get around there. Hold. I still remember, I'm not knocking him, okay? It's just funny. I remember Mathis telling us, because he was in London at the same time, he was telling us, like, it's so expensive because they're using taxis to get around everywhere. And we were like, why don't you just take the subway? And he's like, oh, I don't know how. Brother, the signs are in English. Come on, this is the best. This is the best we've ever done, man. Break it! I'm sorry to inform you. I think I might have to attack the boss to kill him. I think I might have to attack him. Unfortunate, but... Do you guys say aluminum or aluminium? I mean, I'll give England credit. We say aluminum. But we should be saying aluminium, right? Like, that's the way it's spelled. They got that one right, as far as I'm concerned. Now, I will say aluminum because I don't want to be beaten to death with hammers outside of the damn Save-On Foods, but... Wait, it's not spelled that way in North America? Really? We spell it aluminum? You have to forgive me. I don't find myself writing the word that often in my day-to-day. I'm insane. Okay. We get our space. I'm free. This is the best we've ever done, by far. Leave! Leave this place! Should be like, oh, no. That's a heal if I've ever seen one. You gotta block that shit. You definitely gotta block that shit. Okay, back it up. Take a little regression and don't overinvest. No! Buckethead! What the fuck? Okay. You gotta get ulted. It's the only way. My Estus! No, I'm on the wrong thing! There you go.
So this is Geppetto's puppet, huh? Gotta admit, knows what he's doing.
Okay. We're so back. We got a third of the way through this fucker's HP. Are you kidding me? You just gotta learn how to fight 5 individuals, okay? Needle moved, though. Time to summon. Your stock is weak and you will not survive the harsh winter we're about to face. Turns out the big guy seemed hard, but he's actually the easiest. It's the two pieces you gotta worry about. Still pretty hard. Pretty not easy at the very least. Oh. Oh. Great start. Okay, try getting a single perfect parry and we'll build off that. Parry a single move challenge. Has your opinion on Lies of P changed? No, it's Game of the Year 2023 so far. Asterisk. My personal opinion. If I wanted Metacritic's opinion, I would read Metacritic. Didn't play Baldur's Gate 3 yet, and I never freaking will, because it's long. It's too long. For me. Asterisk. My personal opinion. Macros, no offense. But I will say, I know Baldur's Gate 3 was like a massive commercial failure for Larian that they may not recover from. If you're trying to run it back, maybe consider making the next one like 6 hours long. Maybe Baldur's Gate 4 is 6 hours long. I'd be all in, man. I could do that in a stream and a half. I'll pass it along with the feedback. Tell them it came from a streamer that got sponsored to play Baldur's Gate 3. Because if you tell them that it comes from me, they're never going to return my emails. Well, David's emails at least. But if you tell them it came from somebody that got sponsored to play the game, it eliminates my competition and thereby elevates myself in their eyes. How many hours did you play Midnight Suns? Midnight Suns is, well, you know what? It's none of your business how many hours I played Midnight Suns. That's between me and God. You didn't make me, ergo you can't break me. You didn't build me, so you can't kill me. Get out of here, lady. You stink. Oh, she's gone. You have to stand in there for every single overhead. You have to stay in there for the overheads. I spent 100 hours in Midnight Suns. It was a pretty great game. People, they hate the truth. It just so happens that Marvel's Midnight Suns is a great game. It suffers from two problems. It came out at peak anti-Marvel sentiment because it's where the Marvel Cinematic Universe fumbled the bag and made like 3 middling movies in a row, which allowed the haters to get leverage. And then secondarily, it's made by Firaxis, which means they made that instead of XCOM 3. So people have built-in resentment towards it. If you can get over those two things, it's a great game. I'm insane. My controller. I'm alive. I didn't get the punish, but I lived. I'm spamming. He's spamming the parry.
Been a while
Oh, I thought I had it perfect for sure.
Rest in peace, Geppetto.
It was boring to watch? Well, listen, I'm going to go out on a limb and say that maybe Firaxis didn't make Marvel Midnight Suns to be watched. They probably made it to be played. I just occupy a weird little corner of the ecosystem. You want boring to watch. I was gonna start throwing some serious haymakers out there. I mean, there's people on this website that have put in 500 hours watching people play Civilization. That's all I'm saying. Great game to play. When I'm playing Civilization, I'm like, well, this is the best game ever made. When I'm watching someone play Civilization, I'm like, bro, what the hell am I doing?
Nothing like my brother.
I own you. Egg owns you. You want to talk perfect timing? They're all more watchable than SAP. Demonstrably false. SAP is the #1 hit at the box office still, 3 years after its release. Martin Scorsese just jealous. Martin Scorsese's still salty that he didn't get the Ant-Man job. Come on, Martin. Green's not your color. I'm fishing for backstabs. Sad. Let me ask this, bro! My controller! That's a tough one. That's a tough one.
Gotcha. I'll make sure to recycle your pal.
Best banter is the dulls. Extremely rainbow voice. Yep. Magnesium phosphate. Fertilizer. Crustaceans. Yep. This is a tropical nation. Yep. Wallace and Fortuna. Yep, we got it. perhaps a tad more sodium chloride next time. Yep, 250,000. Too low, 500,000. Too high, 375,000. Too low, 425,000. Too high, 400,000. Chat, we got it again. Tradle slander feels bad. I don't need to slander Tradle. Tradle has a problem, with all due respect. It is fun. They gotta put some more noteworthy. There's no good word to use there. They gotta put some more noteworthy countries from an economic standpoint into Tradle. Every single time, it's like an island nation that you've only heard of on average because you're either from there or because they filmed a season of Survivor there. Holding block on you might be the way to go. It should be population weighted. It means one third of the days should be either India or China. Me when I own you? Bad? I mean, once you miss the first one, you're kind of cooked long term, honestly. It's alright, we'll start rebuilding the Estes. Yep, once you miss the first one, I mean, it's like starting your drum fill on the wrong beat. Nice try. Can't you just call it jazz? What are you talking about? Jazz. Is that what they renamed the music in the cantina to? I heard they don't call it jizz music anymore. Jimmy Carr was right. You can't say shit these days. Oh, we're gonna cancel the cantina band because they make jizz music. We're gonna cancel that alien with the freak mouth that goes whoa. We're gonna cancel that. It's never enough, is it, man? Sorry, Gen Z. Sorry, we're not perfect. Sorry, in the 70s we made cool movies where like a weird orange alien with a pharyngeal jaw goes ooh. Yes, because it was added later. Much like that pivotal scene where Han Solo walks behind Jabba the Hutt, and when you're watching the 1977 original version of The New Hope, you're like, wait a minute, doesn't Jabba the Hutt have a tail? This is breaking my immersion. And then, in the remastered editions, when Han Solo walks behind, they have a horrible CGI face on Jabba that goes, oh, because it looks like Han Solo steps on his tail. Oh, man. I knew I wasn't getting that one. There was no confidence. Probably should heal, huh? Okay, I hold block on you. You're a block holder. Okay, okay. Simmer me. Thank you, you saved me. What's the lore on these guys? I think it's just, if people in your city start dressing like this, you know you're cooked. Like, you can have furries and you can have steampunk. But if you get steampunk furries, it's time to start planning your exodus. That's my controller. Your damage is too shit for this? Here's the thing, right? I popped like my Actually, you know what? Maybe I do have enough. I mistakenly assumed because I popped so much ergo, I didn't have enough ergo to upgrade my umbrella. You got 9K in the boss fight right now? It's not even a lot. These are worth 700 each. 1,400? I'm balling.
You know that's dog. Wow, I haven't. I'm.
What are you talking about?
You're
Just
not my
sharpen my
look.
umbrella, okay?
I suppose my.
I'll raise my etiquette by 17. Not enough material. I need 4! How does this son of a gun scale? Does acid damage. Hidden moonstones. Let me just try something here. People said this was good for Dex. Unfortunately, I am a Dex user. So we're sending it. Don't make the same mistake I did. Don't tell anyone you leveled this. Didn't they say the handle was good? Here we go again. Here we go again. Take this off. I mean, this looks kind of sick to me. Ergo wavelength decoder. A crummy commercial. Whoops. Hand over the cryptic vessel. Crafted cryptic vessel decryption. Strike the puppet hanging from the Alchemist Bridge on Elysian Boulevard. What the hell? It's only good for advanced builds? What the hell is an advanced build? I'm technique. This is, by the way, this is the danger of unsolicited advice, okay? You might say you didn't follow my advice fully. I didn't say the weapon is good. I said the handle is good. This is like teaching like an 8-year-old kid how to make a pipe bomb. And then when they, blow something up, you're like, I told you not to blow yourself up. Like, you should have known that, like, you gotta know who you're giving advice to, man. You start giving me it's like Ron Burgundy on the teleprompter. If you start writing shit like this weapon's good for a Dex build, all of a sudden I might start believing it. Why would you play this instead of Bloodborne? Because Bloodborne runs at 18 frames per second.
Bring it on. You ain't seen nothing like my brother.
Easiest parry in my life. Chill, bro. Dude is looking corroded, that's for sure. Get him! I mean, I'll be honest with you. It seems like I'm basically doing the same amount of damage, but doesn't seem that bad. Would you stream a Bloodborne remaster? With all due respect, we're living in Fantasyland right now. It's a game that doesn't exist, hasn't even been announced, much less developed, much less like releases imminent, much less has come out, right? Like we're deep into Fantasyland now.
Bring it on. You ain't seen.
I don't even know what next week is going to look like, much less 2031. It's like you're asking me as a 9-year-old what I'm going to eat for dinner as an adult. Boom, simple answer, chicken nuggets. Wouldn't you know it, I'm 34 years old. I'm like, my ass will have the chopped salad with a chicken breast, please. You know, things change over time. But the world changes, you change. Pretty strange warping of a simple question. Listen, this is the funniest way to describe a joke that I've ever heard in my life. Also, I mean, I hope the OP didn't take offense to the answering of the question, but like, you've been asked questions like this for like 15 years. At some point, you gotta have some fun with it. Otherwise, it just becomes a very macabre existence. But what are your thoughts on cheddar cheese? I'm fucking for it. Okay, next question. You know, this isn't like inside the actor's studio. We're trying to entertain people here. They're like, if you ask a question, in my opinion, if you read the terms and services of the stream, you are consenting to having your question warped for the amusement of the other people watching the stream. In many ways, it's like almost the worst outcome that I shot my whole wad upgrading this weapon that apparently sucks, and it's exactly the same as my umbrella. Like, if it was way better, obviously that would be awesome. And if it was way worse, obviously I'd be like, well, this sucks. Let's go back to the umbrella. Bullying the guy who asked you a question where the answer is yes? Well, that's not bullying. It's not bullying in the slightest. Also, it's not entertaining. Will you fucking eat 3 handfuls of goldfish crackers tonight after you ate dinner? After you said you were full from dinner, will you eat 3 handfuls of goldfish crackers just because you like the flavor? Absolutely, you know? I mean, we could answer all these obvious questions if it would make you happy. What the hell was that? Wait a minute, this thing hits like a freaking truck when you press Y? Like, I don't know, maybe for some streamers they enjoy that. They think that they're very interesting people. I'm like constantly trying to fight back against the idea that I'm special. I'm out here like, why do you care about my opinion on cheddar cheese, bro? I'm literally just a guy you'll never meet. People are like, how do you feel about meat-subsidized farming? And I'm like, I have a bachelor's degree in biology. The most arts of all the sciences. Like, you're barking up the wrong tree. I don't have any experience to back up my naive worldview. Then yet the questions just keep coming, bro. They just keep coming. Come on, come on. get decroded. Does he still not understand why people watch him? It's peeling back we've removed the second layer of irony out of an indeterminable amount of layers. Even the response to the joke was a joke. We turned the response to the joke into another joke, and now you're responding to the joke as if it's real again. And even the response, this is not the voice I would normally use if I was responding to a person in the real world. So even this is a joke. It's a performance at the very least. It's all a performance. Is it all fake? Is it all real? The answer is yes. It's all a little bit real and it's all a little bit fake. Beauty is in the eye of the beer holder. You know, in the same way when you look at a piece of art, which is not what I'm saying this is, both you and the art are changed by the experience. It's Schrodinger's stream. The end goal of the stream is just that you were entertained while you're watching. Now, sometimes there's little caltrops people throw in. Why are you bullying the guy who asked if you like cheddar cheese? It's not bullying. Of course I like cheddar cheese. Look at me. It's a stupid question. Now you're going to be offended on that guy's behalf. That guy doesn't exist. I'm the guy who made up the do you like cheddar cheese question. The first guy asked, will you play Bloodborne if it gets remastered on PC? So don't get offended on my behalf, brother. I got enough for the whole class. At some point, there must be solidarity for the irony to make sense. I haven't found that point yet. You may be right. I'm a 90s kid. I'm fluent in irony, and I don't mean that ironically. Hold the line. I was glancing at chat while I perfect parried that. You understand the levels of power we're dealing with here? Follow it up with the resin. No, no. How annoying does chat have to get for you to close the tab? It'll never happen. I just noticed the lobster up here. This just says Red Lobster, man. Most underrated restaurant out there only because it's so overhated. Give my ass beaten, the Red Lobster. Anyway, I would never close chat. Whenever I get annoyed with chat, I just start talking about the video game. And that's... I punish all of us by making the content shitty. Hell, hey. Guys, who put those planks there?
Bring it on. You ain't seen nothing like my brother.
Insane. I like Red Lobster. I haven't eaten Red Lobster in probably like 11 years. But I think as long as you know you're not getting a fine seafood dinner, and instead you're just eating, I mean, you're gorging yourself on food that came from the ocean, I think that's good. I mean, I would put Red Lobster above Outback Steakhouse. I would put Red Lobster above Chili's. I would put Red Lobster above TGI Fridays any day of the week.
Bring it on.
I'd probably put it, I mean, this is just because I love seafood, I think. I would probably put it on the same level of the Cheesecake Factory. I would acknowledge that the Cheesecake Factory doesn't cook all their food in the microwave. But they also don't have all-you-can-eat Crab Fest, so, or Cheddar Bay biscuits.
Mind if I mess that kid up?
And the Cheddar Bay biscuits go crazy, dude. Hey, cowboy baby. It's funny no matter how you take that. As a Kid Rock reference, it's funny. Imagining a baby who's also a cowboy, also pretty funny. It's a good username. Thank you for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. Red Lobster's cheeks. I don't know. Something must be wrong with me because I think it's pretty good. I mean, it's no, you know, Blue Water Cafe, but it's no Minami. Okay, see you never. It's become worse in the last 11 years. I don't know, people were having this take about Red Lobster being bad like a while ago. You might be right. I have no experience with a post-pandemic Red Lobster, but you ever consider maybe actually the lobster changed? Oh, we were so in there too. I work at Applebee's. We really do be microwaving the baby back ribs. Listen, I'm not going to make a lot of friends for this. Here's what I'm going to say. Everyone's so hoity-toity about the microwave. And I basically never use my microwave except to reheat food that can't be reheated in the air fryer, okay? But if I go to a restaurant and I order something, they cook it in the microwave and I eat it and it tastes good, what do I care if it's cooked in the microwave? They fulfilled their end of the bargain as far as I'm concerned. If I eat it and it tastes like garbage, and I'm like, was this made in the microwave? Then I might be upset. But if I'm at an airport restaurant, they serve me some microwave shit that I ordered, and it tastes like I expected it to taste, then, you know, my compliments to Chef Mike then. Why? Why would you not take that opportunity to ask this, bro? Oh, we were so good too. I haven't earned it.
Boy, it's mine! Mine! Move for me, brothers!
I've earned it, okay. Oh, are you from the New Hampshire Crow Waves? No, Des Moines. Okay, we know what we're doing. Back it up. This is not your moment. Back it up. That's your moment until he attacks. That's not your moment. You hold on that. Estes returned. Oh, fuck you. Fuck you twice. Breed. Okay, you're leaving. I'm applying resin. No!
Been a while since I put anyone 6 feet under. Rest.
I mean, of all the times for the controller to break. Don't try to block every hit, man. Me watching a streamer when the streamer's controller breaks. Hey, your strategy is not good. What's going on with the controller?
You ain't seen nothing.
The
like
fucking USB micro C must have a short in it. Once every 10 minutes, it just decides he said it's his day off. But here, we triumph over adversity. We don't let it get us down. We get even. Okay, you got me.
Demonstrate time. Who wants...
You gotta come up with a new excuse sometime. No, I don't. I just keep using the real one. What are you gonna do? Go leave and watch a streamer with a better controller. We're stubborn here, okay? You know what you sound? You sound like my daughter last night at bedtime. You know what she said? She said, I want a book. I handed her a book, a Dr. Seuss book. She said, I don't want this book. I said, okay, what book do you want? She said, I want a Korean book. I said, okay, here's a Korean book. Then she said, I don't want this book. I want a pink Korean book. I said, okay. I scrolled through the damn library, found her a pink Korean book. She said, I don't want this one. This one's scary. I said, okay, so you want a pink Korean book that's not scary. I handed her a pink Korean book with some cute animals on it. She said, I don't want this. I don't want one that's cute. So you don't want a pink Korean book that's cute. You don't want a book unless it's pink, Korean, not cute, and not scary. So I said, what kind of book do you want? She said, I want a funny book. Finally, I found a pink Pororo book. It's called Pororo Ice Cream Jowaheyo. Pororo, I like ice cream. Amazing. I handed it to her. She looked over it like me at age 19, sampling a glass of the cheapest wine on the menu. And then she said, yes, this will do nicely. And she was finally ready for bed. But I mean, that's the kind of stuff that we're dealing with here. So if you think I'm concerned about a little short in the controller cable, people say things like, don't you want to take pride in your job? Do you see what the fuck I'm doing here? This is a shameful operation. It's the most shameful industry on the damn planet, I think. I don't want to take pride in the operation. That would be cringe. I'll show up begrudgingly day after day, get paid to do it and have as much fun as I can, but we're not out here, we're not like a cardiac surgeon in the neonatal unit or something like that. We're just, I'm like Jonas in Dark, man. I don't know why I exist, okay?
Bring it on. You ain't seen nothing like
Give me some of that. Sad how much I own you. Oh. It's sad how much I own you. You're just mad because I'm styling on you.
I'll make sure I serve you.
Plus 2 for the Deutsch reference. Holy fuck. I've done enough Charlotte Friedenbach rides. I can speak fucking German now. Holy cow. Ein slammed mein Penis into the Autodoren. Sorry. Oh, man. This guy's weak to acid. Maybe consider an acid weapon. Oh, no. Acidic crystal spear blade +5, motherfucker. Oh. Thank you, librarian. Thank you.
Bring it on. You ain't seen nothing like
I did love the tweet that was like, oof. Das Amerikaners must wake up for das Schoolen at 6:45 a.m. In Switzerland, we are gently arisen from our sleep at 11:45 and airlifted to das Hayenschoolen. And I was like, they really do be bragging over there. Like, okay, you got some nice stuff. You got high quality of life. Get over it here. Have you ever tried lowering your own quality of life and then basing your self-worth on the GDP of your nation instead, when you only reap like a marginal amount of the benefit of that, if any at all? There it is right there. Hang on. Whoa, oh, I dropped my controller. Do the American children really have to wake up at 6:30 for Schoolendayen? Here in Swinor-Witchischland, the children are softly awoken at 11:07 and airlifted to Klassenrumen. It's a good tweet. Listen, I'm not from Europe, so you may take offense to it. That is your right. But as someone from North America, that tweet is really funny. Don't, like, oh my, Charlie horse, DL Griga, you pushed me too hard on my ride today. I got a Charlie horse. Oh, I'm okay. I'm back. See you for tomorrow's ride.
Bring it on.
What else was I gonna say? Oh, I don't remember. Oh, I remember what I was gonna say. You can only be mad about that tweet if you've never laughed at a joke that's like, what do they call fucking health food in America? Pizza? No, but they really did. No, but it's funny, but it's also, so if you've ever laughed at that shit, turnabout is fair play. Luckily, I'm from Canada, so there's nothing to make fun of up here. Hey, did you know that they gave a standing ovation to someone who was a member of the Waffen-SS last week? Bro, people make mistakes, okay? Who among us hasn't accidentally led a standing ovation for a Nazi in the House of Government, okay? Who among us isn't guilty of that? Let those of us without sin cast the first stone, okay?
Bring it on.
It's actually insane they clap for him. I don't know if the world's ready for it, but there's like a bit in there. Like, I'm not clapping for any motherfucker I don't know at this point. Every once in a while, you know, you'll be at like a festival or something and they'll be like, give it up for this dude. He's like the Duke of fucking hamburgers circa 1951. Previously, I clapped because I don't want to be the only asshole not clapping. Now I'm like, I don't know what this fucker did during the Vietnam War. I'm keeping my hands to myself. Until I read his Wikipedia article, I'm not giving him my applause. I don't want to be... If they ever have footage of this event, I want to make sure that I have the moral high ground. Hey, Miles Magnus, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. First, I checked the Wikipedia article. I know, right? And if a dude has like 3 ex-wives, you're like, I'm not clapping for this guy, come on. If a dude's old as fuck, but he's only been married once, you're like, bro, living legend, let's go. Would you clap for Henry VIII? If I was in the room, yeah. If I was in the room. Which room? I don't know, probably like the throne room. The room where it happens. I would like to be Dick Van Dyke if he played Aaron Burr in the 1955 version of Hamilton. I'd like to be in the room where it happened, the room where it happened. I would like to be in the room where it happened. He rolls his hat down on his hand and then flips it back up on his head. The room where it happened. Sorry.
Bring it on. You ain't seen nothing.
My name is Alexander Hamilton. How does an orphan, son of a bastard, immigrant, decorated war vet? Dude, British Hamilton would be a sick. They should get on that. On you. I'm on. Yep.
Demonstration time. Who wants
British
to watch
Hamilton.
this guy break a-
What's me name? Alexander Hamilton. That would be good stuff. Yes, this is a joke about Dick Van Dyke's accent in Mary Poppins. Why would it be about Alexander Hamilton? I don't know, motherfucker. They got Americans making movies about Napoleon. We live in a global world.
Bring it on. You ain't seen nothing like my brother.
Right, you got... This boss is like, I got one more in me. Diagnosis Murder is his best work? Alexander Hamilton was in Diagnosis Murder? I thought the dude got ganked in like 1802. Let me out, bro. Let me out.
I'll make sure to recycle your past.
Dick Van Dyke's Napoleon? Dude, I mean, I just found out all that fucked up shit about Oppenheimer. I thought he was just a base communist, but it turns out he invented the damn nuke. And still people are going to see this movie and saluting the flag when it appears, all this propaganda. Wait until the Napoleon movie comes out. Here's the thing. I thought he was just a real cool guy who hated the bourgeoisie. Did you know he killed a bunch of people? Like a lot of people. Yeah, he ate ass, but like, I don't know how many murders that atones for, but his Napoleon's got that number cleared, I'll tell you that much. Hang on. The lad is focusing. Still focusing, just made a mistake. Fuck off! Okay, we hold block. I own you. It's crazy that like when this guy has a friend, I can dodge his attacks every time. Maybe I should just be dodging his attacks every time, instead of trying to get a perfect parry on everything. I mean, like, that's a joke. Parrying is cooler. He does only do like one attack, when he's far away from you too, which makes it easy enough to figure out. Okay, okay, look at you got range. I'm happy for you. What? Well, okay, just pop it up on the screen. You don't have to take my autonomy away from me.
Don't you want to play with
Jesus.
me, Mr. Puppet?
Oh, listen, I think given the circumstances...
Rest in peace.
It is the Daigo parry. Oh, what the hell is the 596? Librarian, you ain't know what the 596 is? First off, it's Dan's, the hashtag that people ride in when they are Dan Giesling acolytes on the Peloton. I believe that one time Dan asked his chat to spam this one emote, and they spammed it 596 times in a row before it got broken.
Bring it on. You ain't
And that's where the 596 came from. Good start. That's the freebie. Me when I eat my 11th chicken nugget in the 10-piece box. This is a great start. Do you have a Peloton group? Bro, you don't know about the egg carton? The egg carton kind of goes crazy lately. I didn't name it, by the way, so don't take it up with me. I need stam. Get out of here! You're rinsed! So ready. You've been infected with acid? Whoa!
It's my turn.
Bro, get me the fuck out of here. Okay, everyone chill. I've broken his weapon. Back it up. Don't worry, he's still fucked. That's a hold block situation. Okay. I wanted this position. I wanted it here. Okay, come on. You know what? I want to S this so we can rebuild another one. Uh-oh. You take those. Take this.
So this is Geppetto's puppet, huh?
Okay, okay, okay.
Knows what he's doing.
I need to hit him. I need to grind. I need to hit him. Everyone relax. No! Oh, please. Just hit him!
You don't get extra people to fight fair. Survive. That's
Wrong thing. Okay, now start building again. Play it cool, brother! Back it up, back it up. Oh, it's so far to go to the next Estes. No! Run, brother. Okay. Everyone relax. Everyone chill, okay? Okay. We earned it. Oh, we lost like half of it immediately. You need that? That stings. Oh! We're so close. We got it. We got a chance now. I was missing the umbrella ult in there. Dodge the overhead? The overhead is free parry juice, man. I feel like you're doing too little damage. It's taking forever. Then it takes as long as it takes. When you order beef Wellington at the restaurant, you can't be like, hey, you know, where's the food? I got work in 15 minutes. You're on your lunch break. You go to Starbucks and get a 3 out of 10 sandwich, okay? You got me in the damn puddle, bro. Has it always been this wet here? Chat, what does the grinding do? You see, when you're a good chatter like Malik, who +2s my Vancouver takes, you get your questions answered. Your weapon integrity is the thing above my weapon icons in the bottom right. When it gets too low, our weapon breaks and doesn't do very much damage. You have to use the grinder to re-grind it.
Bring it on.
They didn't ask you? Well, I'm answering anyway, okay? We call that the commercial drive special. Okay, your weapon is fucked, brother. Okay, if you could just chill for a second. I need that. He's dancing on. Look at these individuals, annoying. Unless you get caught by the full combo, you're not taking that much damage. So just embrace that these guys, you just need to be patient. Okay, get torched. You stink. Then you, I need the ult on you because the acid breaks your weapon. Oh,
6 feet under.
that's a dodge and heal situation. $12.28, huh? I mean, this is a long one. No doubt about that. Does Lightning Gauntlet do anything to this guy? We will never know. We'll never know. What I do know is that this is not Diablo. It's not Pokemon. You know, our opponent did not send out Swampert, and that's why we're not sending out Galarian Zapdos.
Bring it on.
Is there a Real Housewives of Vancouver? There, honestly, I think there was. It was not on a real television network, but I think it was on like a Stack TV sort of thing for one season, maybe 2 seasons.
Who wants to watch
There
this
was, and it's
guy,
ass. I don't want to see the Real Housewives of Vancouver. It's just, I get it, you know. Bellini's at Cactus Club. Muscles at Sham Bar. How many episodes could you make of that? I don't want to see the Real Housewives of anything. Yeah, me neither. That's true. Yeah, we have local potato chips here. I think Hardbite is considered a local potato chip. But I'll be honest with you, I think Hardbite's kind of ass. I'm sorry to say it. I would love to support a local business. I'll start supporting it when they start making chips that taste as good as Lay's do. When it comes to potato chips, I believe in meritocracy, okay? I know they're made with all natural ingredients. Maybe it's time to start trying out some of that fake stuff that Lay's is using. Because they seem to have it down to a sweet science. Pookie raid. Thank you, Pookie. You're just in time. This boss has been getting the better of me, even with my blunders. But we are going to take him out here. Wait, Squeaks is Pookie? Oh, no. Squeaks, sincerely thank you for the raid. Chatters, Squeaks is a one-of-a-kind streamer, okay? I know if you're coming from Squeaks, you've probably been primed with hours and hours of cyberbullying. That's not going to fly here, okay? Mods, load up the timeout Tech 9 with the high-capacity magazine that looks like dude's inflated scrotum. I better not see anybody suggesting that I'm suffering the ill effects of male pattern baldness, okay? That's a very bannable offense here. And now that we got one joke in there, it's time to focus a little bit. I'm not trying to be rude, but do you think this guy has someone in his life? Not Squeaks, the boss here, the eldest of the Black Rabbit Brotherhood. Do you think he has someone in his life that he calls Discord Kitten? Oh, I deserve that. Let me go. Let me go. Holy. Okay, run it back. Oh, run it back. Run it back. You fucking with my camera, bro. Me when I'm David O. Russell. This is a bad start. You know what? We can rebuild though. Stop it! Okay. You're dead. Acid buff. Heal me. Let's go. Now, if you're looking for something to pog to, if you don't know what you're looking at, when you see Liza P, if you see this dude's sword handle break off, that's where we start spamming our pog chants.
It's been a while since
Well,
I've let anyone
you-
6 feet under.
Have you seen the video where the dude's at the ball game flexing his Costco membership to that girl? I have. I always know when it gets freebooted by a Barstool account too, because then I get added like the same video 30 times that night. It's always a classic though. I always like seeing it come back. It's definitely better than Shakespeare, What You Egg Stabs Him. And also, Is This How Bald People Fight? And it's two Pachycephalosauruses butting heads in an illustration from a textbook about dinosaurs. I still get those, even after complaining about it, I still get those every day.
Bring it on. You ain't seen nothing like my brother.
We're okay. Still okay. Not okay. What am I doing? I haven't earned it.
It's been a while
I haven't
since
earned
I've
it.
let
You don't
anyone
earn a
6 feet
heal.
under.
You don't earn a heal. You planning on reading Crying in H Mart? I'm not reading any books right now. I am listening to a Bukowski audiobook to fall asleep, but it's fucking psychotic. Like, I'll wake up at like 3 a.m. and it'll be like, Chris took the bottle and smashed me across the chin with it. I reeled back, crashed into the armoire. The glass shattered and sounded like a Hollywood Technicolor movie. I reached up with my right hand, clocked him a good one right under his right eyeball that swole up like a Nolan Ryan fastball. Just sitting. I'm like, wake it up like the Lemmy picture. Like, what the fuck is going on, man? Did Jack Nicholson narrate it? No, Will Patton narrated it. Who? Will Patton? You know, the dude from Armageddon? He's been in some stuff. You'll know him. You'll be like, oh, that guy. It's the guy from Minari. No, not Patton Oswalt. Patton Oswalt wishes he could get the Bukowski audiobook contract. They'll have his ass reading Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, probably. No disrespect, it's just more fitting. No, not Stephen Yeun. The guy. You know, he's the guy from Minari that when you saw him, you went, oh, where do I know this guy from? And the answer is from Armageddon. Do you have any book recommendations for someone that knows nothing about finance and investing? Yeah, I'd say The Old Man and the Sea. It's a breezy read, but I think it has meaningful themes. It's the only Ernest Hemingway book I've ever read, to be honest with you. But I think I mean, you could take it as a literal story about a man fishing, but that's not really what it's about. It's much more, I mean, it's about the aging, your place in the community as you get older, biting off more than you can chew. I would also say The Stranger by Camus, one of the more approachable Camus works. Mother died today, or maybe it was yesterday, I can't remember. That's a good one. I haven't seen the show, but the book, The Handmaid's Tale, goes pretty hard if you're looking for something a little bit more modern. I will tell you, do not fall into the trap. Don't read Dostoevsky. It's a trap, bro. I know what you're thinking. Nobody goes harder than me, and nothing could be harder than reading a 900-page book when the last book I read was like about Minecraft or something like that. It's not worth it. That's just my 2 cents. Dostoevsky's great, -2. I will never read another Dostoevsky book after reading Notes from Underground. I hated it. In a way, I'm not saying that he's a bad writer. The book simply didn't resonate with me. If anything, I think it certainly succeeded at elucidating its themes. If the theme is, hey, here's the most annoying motherfucker in the history of planet Earth. Wait, did he write the Jeff Dunham biography? Help me. I must break you. I'm still alive, brother. Oh!
You played nice with the others. Don't you want to play with me, Mr. Puppet?
You had to try? Worth. Bad dodge. I overbid on the dodge. Okay. Rush me, and we're backstabbing you. This is the way. I felt the Dark Souls muscle memory come back. Excuse me? There we go. That's the ticket.
So this is Geppetto.
Okay, okay.
Gotta admit, he knows what he's doing.
Relax a little. Give him one of these. I needed that one, and I'm happy I took it, okay? Well, come on, come on. Oh, oh, oh! It's time-based. What? Oh, okay. It's the puppet string. Oh, I'm grinding. Call me Clips the way I'm grinding. Okay, stam me. Don't get greedy. Keep your stam high. Saved. It's looking kind of bad, I'm not gonna lie to you. Just take it bit by bit. Okay. I'm so lucky to be alive. Back it up. I got scared. I needed to punish. No getting out of that one. No getting out of that one. Oh! We're one stagger away from owning this guy. I think in an hour and 20 minutes we got him. Use throwables to finish him off. Motherfuckers be like, yeah, I got a tip for Dark Souls. Farm up 1,500 souls by killing the most basic hollow, and then go buy a short bow and 100 arrows. Use the short bow to shoot the dragon outside of Undeadburg on the bridge. If you kill him with the arrows, you'll get a sword called the Drake Sword that is a very effective sword that you could use almost up to the midpoint of the game.
Bring it on.
Come on,
You
man.
ain't seen nothing.
You know who you're talking to here? Alright, well, Drake Sword would have been nice, though. Okay, you know what? Swords are renowned for their advanced range. I mean, spears. That's why I'm so happy that every time I get hit, I get pushed so far back, I can't punish. Come on! Give me some of this. Okay, you first. Stinky. Okay, I'm playing an impatient game. And I'm not talking about the type of procedure that a vasectomy is. Wait, inpatient is when you're a patient in the hospital. Outpatient is when you up the hot food in the cold. Sorry. Oh, I'm cooked on this one.
Oh no! Knock him out, bro!
I knew I should have bought more Coke Zero before the stream today. You didn't? I'm on zero. I'm on zero Coke Zeros. I will not DoorDash a Coke Zero. You got the wrong streamer, brother. I drank a Coke Zero because of you and I'd like an apology. Shirt stir. You're the same person who was there. They were not piecing together the levels of irony from the stream. The only genuine thing I've ever said on this stream is Coke Zero is delicious. If you like Coke and you don't like Coke Zero, I honestly, you either have the most discerning palate of all time, which is unlikely considering you stan a soda, or you're putting on airs. You have a preconceived notion about the type of person who drinks a diet soda, and you think that you don't identify with that. And that's fine, but let's confront that. Where does that come from? Does that come from your parents, or is that something you came up with individually? Did your dad drink regular Coke and your mom drank Diet Coke, and you as a boy, you said, well, in that case, I want to emulate my dad instead of my mother, and as a result, I'm going to get a Coke because only women drink Diet Coke? Is that what you thought? Because they make it for both genders, you know? You could, the can opens the same way, no matter what. No, I just like sugar. If you like sugar, you're going to freaking love aspartame, bro. Because it's like sugar on crack. It's like super sugar.
Bring it on. You ain't seen
It's sugar too. It was invented by El Chapo. Oh God. It's not the same. I couldn't agree more. It's not the same. Aspartame is better. By the way, how do we phrase this? Someone said you must be missing the gene that makes aspartame taste like shit. When did we start talking about having adaptive phenotypes as missing something? It seems like you're missing not having the gene that makes it taste fucking sick, bro. You got some busted ass genes. You can't appreciate a diet soda? That sucks for you, honestly. You're taking in 130 calories for a can of something that tastes worse. Let's not pretend that I'm in a disadvantageous position here.
Bring it on. You ain't seen nothing like my brother.
Okay, I've lost my timing. That's a Dark Souls classic. It's regression before progression. Fuck soda? Motherfuckers will say, fuck soda, pass me a Budweiser. It might not be you, but some motherfuckers do be saying that. Yup, that's me. I've been there. I remember talking to Josh, and we're like, man, why would you ever drink a soda when you could just drink a beer? You know, it's roughly the same amount of calories, but at least a beer has like some psychoactive effect on you, right? Then you realize, you know, when you're not 20, you're like, because I gotta drive. I'd like a nice treat, but I'd still like to drive later without crashing my car and killing someone. You ever think it's crazy that public intoxication is a crime, but everyone's doing it all the time? That must be like the most broken law in history, right? Like I feel like that it might even be more broken than jaywalking. Speeding? Is speeding even a law? I thought they just like... I thought it was just a suggestion. But like, it's crazy, because like, can you get a public intoxication charge at a bar? Can you be like too drunk for a bar? I know you can be kicked out, but can you be fined or arrested? Or is it only like if you're on the sidewalk, public property? No, that's private property. But if you pulled your penis out, you would probably get charged with like public indecency or something like that. So is it public or is it private? Jerry Seinfeld trying and failing to come up with his first new joke since 1981. I don't get it. Help me. I don't have any. There's no help coming.
It's my turn.
Oh.
Demonstration time.
Yes, I know he dated a 17-year-old, okay? We all know it. Nobody's for it. Nobody's going, you go, Jerry Seinfeld. I'm not saying we're over it like we forgive him. I'm just saying we're over it. We've heard it too much. Like, what are you going to tell me next? Kevin Spacey's a bad dude? I know. Nobody's patting him on the back. Nobody's saying, atta boy.
Bring it on. You ain't seen nothing like my brother.
OJ did that shit. Yeah, we're over it. Alright, you've exploded.
Demonstration time. Who wants...
Creepy guy, great actor. OJ Simpson? I mean, he was pretty good in The Lethal Weapon. I mean, Naked Gun. OJ did not do that shit. You take care now, y'all. It's so funny that O.J. Simpson turned down the role of the Terminator. Wait, is that true? I just read it as if it was true, but
You ain't seen nothing like my brother.
I love the idea of O.J. Simpson being the Terminator. He was turned down for it? What the hell does that mean? Like I was turned down for the role of Star-Lord in Guardians of the Galaxy? Like, they didn't fucking ask. He wanted it. They turned him down? I don't think, with all due respect, I don't think that means shit. I'm sure a lot of actors want a lot of roles in Hollywood, right? Be like, excuse me, Steven Spielberg, can I be Indiana Jones in the next one? They'll be like, no, Harrison Ford's only 91. He's got one more in him. Oh. Streamer turned down for role of... Holy cow, that was amazing. Streamer turned down for role of Indiana. Can't be losing HP to that one, man.
Come on! You played nice with the others. Don't you want to play
Holy
with
cow.
me, Mr. Puppet?
Poke. Poke, poke. I knew I had him. Backstab him, bro. That's a perfect backstab opportunity. I mean, getting your ass beat by this guy is just unacceptable.
So this is Geppetto's puppet, huh? Gotta admit, he knows what he's doing.
This guy's sting. Whoa! Bro, wait, can we talk for a second? What the fuck happened? He broke my whole flow. Oh, did I break his weapon? I thought he would do like a cool, like... You were schmoving? We're getting there. It's just a matter of time, man. You think Felix Baumgartner survived his first ever sky jump? No, bro. Takes practice.
Bring it on. You ain't seen nothing like my brother.
I've lost all confidence. Never mind. I'm him. No, I lost all confidence. Okay, we gotta earn it.
It's been a while since I've let anyone 6 feet under.
Breep. I think I gotta like look at something that's not the screen for a second. Like recenter myself. If you're old enough to remember sucking down chili dogs outside the Tasty Freeze, it's time for you to take your hourly stretch. I'm gonna make it work, man. Quick little sap round.
You ain't seen nothing like
I think that this week for sap, it's an arena weekly. Ranked is too fucked because the guinea fowl is like too strong. If you get it, you're like,
been a while since
you're
I've
stoked.
let anyone
But if you don't get it, you're like, what's the point? There's no point in even playing. Hyena Sniper goes insane. Yeah, it's no big deal. Just live till like turn 11 and pivot your whole team after you got fucked in the butt by the 7 other people in the lobby who went guinea fowl from round 3 onwards. Mate, please use the summon. Nacho Madness, I'm telling you this to free you. Okay? I'm not going to be using the summon. I've read the message 20 times. It's simply, I know you're new here, because just to be asking or begging for the summon to be used must mean you're new here. I'm going to free you from the obligation. It's not going to happen. It's not going down like that. We've been through harder than this. Not in this game. This is definitely the peak thus far. Ooh. Get me the fuck out of there, bro. Whoa! It is a bad start, but we persevere. No greed. No greed. No greed. Greedless. That was greedy. That was greedy. That was not. Okay, now we chill. We need this. Oh, no we don't. We need this. We need to do damage too, otherwise we gotta fight like all the other dudes at the same time. I guess we just need damage when the minion comes out. Shh, we chillin'? We chillin'? Rebuild the Estus. It'll always be Estus to me, damn it. Oh. Come face me. Come face me. Come face me. Taste my blade? Bro said taste my blade, man. Oh, excuse me? You should be dead.
Gotcha.
Oh, fair enough.
Sure,
That goes down different if he actually gets backstabbed when the thing popped up. Dang old Buckethead Larry got me. Let's focus on the positive. Controller didn't disconnect that time. Falco mains trying to justify their JV5. So true. Me when I get DQ'd because Beelzebub Shine spammed me off the edge and timed me out just because I put him in an egg 2 times disrespectfully at the start of the map after doing a 0-frame Sheik transform.
You ain't seen nothing like
15,000 likes. Tweet isn't even written in the English language. Makes no sense. $500,000 view YouTube video. My thoughts on the Smash drama. I'm insane. Horrible timing. Around here, we have to earn it. I earned it. Give me 2 of them. Do it, do it, do it. Good start, keep it up. I'm just gonna be honest with you. This is an awful start. It's an abysmal start. That doesn't mean we can't get some form of recovery, but it's pretty bad. Thank you, Terrain. Leave. Leave this place. Oh, I tested you. Leave this place. Okay, build me. Bad. Oh! I need the stagger. I'm not gonna get it. Patience, patience, patience. Take your time. We probably could have gotten it. That's for them to know and me to find out. Now run. Use it, back it up, and go again. No! Back me up. Back me up, brother. Okay, okay, now we just gotta be perfect, no big deal. Help me. Help me. No! I don't want it yet. Oh, I'm alive? Oh, man. Oh, we're close. We're close. If we didn't start the fight so bad, we had more Estus, we would have been better. For sure. Yeah, the ults were pretty bad there. landmines would go hard in this fight. Listen, go back to Assassin's Creed 6 Fires of Rubicon, okay?
Bring it on. You ain't seen nothing like my brother.
You're out here using double shotguns. You play Boston's favorite game of 2023. Around here, we play Souls games.
Been a while
Not
since
From
I've
Software
played anyone
sophomore slump, okay? Armored Core 6 Fires of Rubicon. When do you start playing it? I wish I could go back in time and not have played it, to be honest with you. I'd be $80 richer right now. Have a lot less angry folks in the chat. When you started playing it, you said you were excited because it is from Software. I know. I was betrayed. What don't you like about it? A bunch of unfair shit, honestly. Like, I just mean it's unfair of me to have had the expectations that it would basically just be a Souls game. It's not really their fault. It's not for me, though. -2, FromSoft does anything but a Souls game and everyone riots. Not everybody riots. Got like an 88 on Metacritic. Anytime you criticize it, a bunch of dudes with Trigun anime avatars come out of the woodwork to tell you actually, well, before From Software became famous, they were actually known for Armored Core. So it's actually illegal to criticize it. It's illegal to not like it, actually, because they did that before they did Dark Souls. That's literally my friend, exactly. I know. He's everybody's friend. Every squad got one dude that sleeps in the bathtub, one dude who is an Armored Core stan, one dude who thinks the Monster Hunter games lost their way once you could actually see what was happening because you had a camera control stick. Every squad's got one, man. One dude who's Dracula. One old dude with Sharpie hair saying, "You must have amnesia. You forgot I'm him." I was doing pretty well there. For a bit. I wish you'd play Monster Hunter. You don't, and I know, listen, I know you think you do, but you want me playing Monster Hunter the way that you think I would play Monster Hunter. But I'll tell you what is gonna happen when I play Monster Hunter. I'll be fucking farming that pink turtle for like 80 hours trying to get a rib drop. Oh, I got a proboscis instead. Pterosaur proboscis? Parasaur proboscis again? And then I'll just say, fucking stupid game. Why don't they just, why do you have to fight all the bosses? And then someone will be like, that's the point of Monster Hunter, as they originally drafted it in the design document, chiseled into fucking stone, and then transcribed into papyrus in the year 1991. And I'd be like, oh, shut up, you motherfucker, you fucking bozo. Who's your favorite villain from Home Alone? I always thought that I was more of a hairy guy, but then as I get older, I empathize more with Marv. And you would say, hey, have you ever thought about wearing the Ornithopter's blade gear for this? It gives you plus 3% resistance to echoes. And I'd say, shut the fuck up, dude. I'm going to use the sword they gave me at the start of the game. You piece of crap. Like, don't you think it's a little much? Like, in the first movie, I'm not a proponent of the castle doctrine, but in the first movie, they literally try to rob Macaulay Culkin's house. But in the second movie, he just witnesses them robbing a toy store, which is a bad action, but he didn't have to convince them to follow him back to his aunt's brownstone in New York, where he set it up like a murderous jigsaw type mousetrap. He electrocuted Marv so bad we could see his bones, bro. That's not okay. This guy should be in prison. And then you'll be like, focus on the game. And I'll be like, shut your fuck up. I didn't realize this. I saw it on Twitter. Is it true that Jigsaw put someone in a saw trap for being suicidal? What the fuck is wrong with this guy? Apparently in another Saw movie, a dude gets put in a saw trap because he's a smoker.
Bring it on. You ain't seen nothing.
Like, he's just... These are not people that necessarily, like, you know, did something egregious to harm society. I mean, I'm not a fan of secondhand smoke, but I don't think the man should have to, like, you know, eat his own lung to escape or something like that. Okay. Hello, Chibli, by the way. Love when Chibli shows up in Lies of P. That's how you know he's a real one. This ain't even Party Animals. This ain't Dark and Darker. It's no Jackbox. Chib's here for Lies of P, man. For the love of the damn game. Okay, you're basically beating my ass. I'm stupid. I knew that was coming too. I was here for Dark Souls 2. Listen, that was during the pandemic. We had different standards for entertainment back then, okay? Our ass was watching Some Good News with Jim Krasinski. I didn't even know that dude did all the fucked up shit with the mail bombs either. Meanwhile, he's got a starring role in The Office. Like, what's his problem? I mean, if anyone from The Office should be in Supermax, it should be Toby, am I right? Toby. Remember that time he grabbed Pam's leg? Our asses were playing Animal Crossing and watching Contagion.
I'll make sure I saw you.
Yeah, I hope you're feeling better, Chibli. Chibli, did you hear my mean-spirited joke that I can't help but tell because of the Call of the Void? The joke was something like, motherfuckers love flying on a 17-hour flight across the Pacific Ocean, landing in the United States of America, Texas no less, taking another flight to an adults-only, all-inclusive resort in Mexico with other travelers from around the world, partying for a week, taking a 3-hour flight back to Texas in the United States of America, taking another 17-hour flight back to New Zealand, and then tweeting something like, be careful, guys, COVID is still out there. I'm sorry, but it's, to me, it's so funny. Not that you have COVID, that's fucked up. But the tweet is really funny. In my head, or the joke, I should say. Not all jokes are tweets. Contrary to what you might think. I want this one. Hold, hold. Heal. Huge. Doesn't take long to stab yourself with the heel in this game. This ain't Estus, you know? You don't have to gulp it. It's not carbonated. It's flat water. So back. Bro, his weapon's gonna freaking shatter. I can already tell. We take those. Okay, now you. No! I mean, that's just the definition of greed right there. That stings. That stings. Just a hard fight, honestly. They don't throw scissors and you're like, oh, have you ever considered throwing a rock? You just gotta practice. Bears make money, bulls make money, pigs get slaughtered. Okay, Warren Buffett. Bears make money, bulls make money. Smart pigs set up a hedge fund where they get paid 2 and 20, okay? Then they make money too, and the clients get slaughtered.
Bring it on. You ain't seen nothing like my brother.
Motherfucker. Hey, Mad Dog Nation, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. You must be a hedge fund manager. It's the only thing that makes sense after that joke. Thank you, Mad Dog Nation. Thank you. Much appreciated. Be honest with me. Are you that dude who owns the Mets? Are you Steve Cohen? Mad Dog Nation, you son of a bitch. Are you Steve Cohen? Did you bend us all over on that GameStop shit? Thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. Honestly, if you are Steve Cohen, it's probably good to buy gift subs instead of having the highest payroll in baseball. Because, I mean, look at all the good that did you. Am I right? He knows? Egg knows ball, dude. I know the Blue Jays have like a 58% chance of making the playoffs. I'm not really a baseball guy, but I'm happy for you. 93%? Whoa! Good job! What about the Mariners, though? The Mariners and Rangers play each other 4 more times. New York Rangers or Texas Rangers? Mariners lost 4 times in a row. You can't do that if you want to win games. The beautiful Rangers will not make the playoffs. Why is that so good, dude? It works for everything. They blew it. They did. We thought they wouldn't. Some of us thought they would, and then they did. The Rangers, Martinez, Randy Johnson, they blew it again. The Whales, the windmills are driving the Whales crazy, folks. They are. Just a horrible bit. Mattingly and the New York Yankees, the New York no-good crank Yankees, they've lost again. They're the embarrassments of the AL East. Aaron Judge can't get it done. He's a phony. He's a phony. You think they really smuggled Taylor Swift out of that sweep in a popcorn bucket? Yeah. I did see the video from that is like, here's how she gets on stage during the Eras tour. And it's like a big human-sized box that says like craft services, but it has like 9 bodyguards walking behind it. Maybe. I mean, I'm not even messing with you. This sounds maybe like insane, but can you imagine how annoying it would be in some ways to be Taylor Swift? Like your ass actually can't go anywhere without being accosted. And yeah, like she owes her fans her livelihood, but like she can't like go out to a restaurant or something. She'll have like a crowd of like 1,000 people standing at the front door of the restaurant. She's just like, she can't even go to Chipotle, bro. Is it even worth it? Exactly. You'd cry into your $1 billion? Well, I'm not saying like I wouldn't trade her. I'm just saying like that's gotta be annoying, man. Sure, there's times where she's like, man, I'd love to go to the damn Olive Garden, but you know, they have to send the Secret Service out here and it's just not worth it for a tour of Italy. That wasn't so bad. I mean, this is not a joke. Even at PAX, when like Markiplier would show up at PAX, he would show up in like a damn costume or like a full mask or something like that. Before it was cool. Just so he could see some damn shit. Otherwise, like, just trying to walk down the aisle, you'd have people like accosting you. That's what we call abuse of the iframes. Oh, get the hell out of there. Please? Oh, you piece of shit. Oh. She's the reason you get 1 square of toilet paper at Disney World? I'm not saying you gotta hand it to Taylor Swift. I'm just saying it must be, I mean, I'm like a... Maybe I'm neurotypical and you guys are all neuro-untypical. I have a little sympathy for her for the fact that she has no anonymity whatsoever. Like, I get recognized now and then, but at the same time, like, I can go out and be like Invisible Clay Aiken style, which is great. Sometimes you're like, I just need to eat like a falafel bowl at Super Baba and not be bothered. I had a long-ass day. I guess Taylor Swift's gotta like order that shit on DoorDash, but it adds up, you know? It's getting expensive.
Bring it on. You ain't seen nothing like mine for
Sometimes you just want to eat in the restaurant too, because like the cleanup's easier. I'm just saying, you wouldn't understand, Chad. Worst block of all time? Next to that person I blocked for saying Happy Canada Day when it wasn't Canada Day. I'm just saying, when I go out in public, like there's, even at PAX, I might get stopped by like a person, and then when I'm talking to that person, I get stopped by another person. Like I can see someone else waiting to be next to talk to me, but the most it ever gets is it rolls 2 or 3 people deep. And I can clock them a mile away. Mid-20s to mid-30s male, facial hair, graphic t-shirt, khaki shorts. It's like, it's... I'm like, smiling at him on the street. I'm like, here we go. Here we go. We love the Zelda Triforce t-shirt wearing khaki shorts gamers, don't we, folks? Much better than the no-good New York Yankees. And the Seattle choking Mariners. Yes, we do. Good start. But even then, I just leave. I mean, like I say hi, we take a photo, we make some conversation, and then I say, okay, goodbye. I'm going to the Cheesecake Factory across the street, and then I'm just chilling. Then when I go to the Cheesecake Factory, I don't even get any special treatment. I'm just like, can I get the green chili chilaquiles? And they're like, that's on the brunch menu. It stops at 2. And I'm like, it's 1:58. And they're like, oh, I'll be right back. Oh. I'm one of the top 5 English streamers in The Binding of Isaac. You shouldn't treat me like that.
Bring it on. You ain't seen nothing like my brother.
I don't think I can handle being Taylor Swift though. First off, I can't sing. Secondly, listen, no disrespect. I guess they're only going to like major cities, right? Because they're not even coming to Vancouver on the Eras tour. They said Vancouver's washed. Which, you know, there's an argument to be made, I suppose. I own you? Oh, relax. He's staggerable. Oh, they gave it to me. That being said, I always remember, like, I grew up in a town called Kingston, Ontario. Kingston, Ontario is a mid-sized city, noteworthy for having 3 fairly large post-secondary institutions. Yeah, I'm dapping up St. Lawrence College. Lots of prisons, which sounds bad and in some ways maybe is, but also provides a lot of stable jobs. And then also lots of hospitals. But sometimes you would get like concerts, like surprisingly major bands would come through now and then. Because I'm sure when they're booking their tour, they're like, hey, you can go straight from like Toronto to Montreal, but you could also play like a little gig in this town on the way. I just remember seeing Modest Mouse, and like, I don't know what I expected, but I don't think Isaac Brock was too stoked to be in Kingston, Ontario, let's put it that way. Like, at no point did he say, Kingston, you're like a great city or something like that. He seemed like he was not that happy to be on the stage. And I was like, you know what? No disrespect to my hometown, but dude's from like out of the country. He's from Washington State. I'm sure this isn't like his favorite date on the tour, you know? Could have at least said like, hey, remember when this place used to be AJ's Hangar? Like, that would have been nice for the locals, but... One of my coworkers' dads owns a restaurant in Kingston. Okay, without revealing too much personal information, what's the name of your coworker's dad's restaurant in Kingston and its exact street address? I will tell you whether or not your coworker's dad runs a well-respected local restaurant or not. McDonald's? Okay, which McDonald's is very important, because there's some great ones and there's some cursed ones. I own you.
Don't get extra points for fighting fair, survive and win.
Okay, you Buster, you're my Estus farming. Just you chill, big boy. You chill. Okay, everybody relax.
You're no bastard. You're a sweeper.
Relax. Keep relaxing, please. Get on. Oh, what the fuck, dude? You killed her brother, you fucking dick! You fucking asshole! Of course, that's why they call me the Terminator. Hey, Sharnold, thank you for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. The man called Alex, thank you as well. Don't do it, don't do it. Oh, he's doing a Last Jedi. Oh.
Damn you. You'll pay for that.
The man called Alex, thank you as well. You freaking ganked me. You ganked me and you lost. I'm better than you. Get over it. Now you're going to be a sore loser about it? Mike52, thank you as well. Thank you. Thank you. I guess I'll teleport to another stargazer. I guess our princess is in another castle. And Mad Dog Nation, thank you as well. Appreciate it. Thank you. Who played your Frosh Week concert? Feel like Sam Roberts? Am I crazy? It was a Canadian classic. It was either Sam Roberts or Metric. I can't remember.
I'll use my power to...
We had the plain white tees. Cursed. Okay, apparently that's the soft cap. Now we know. A Canadian classic you can't remember? Listen. As I said, at the end of the day, it's a Canadian classic. It's not an American classic. If Olivia Rodrigo played at my Frosh Week concert, I would remember that, okay? I've seen a few Canadian classics. Kate, remember when Cardinal Official played the Festival of Lights? The fireworks festival in downtown Vancouver at English Bay? And all he did the whole time was talk about how stoked he was that the Raptors won the national or the NBA championship. And we're like, bro, it's the wrong. I mean, I know you're from Toronto. I bet you're stoked, but at the same time, this is not Toronto. We don't have a whole lot, you know, in Vancouver to celebrate from a sports standpoint, but like. Could at least be like, what a beautiful weather we're having here. You ever see Wolf Parade live? I have not. Trying to see Canadian bands I saw live. Japan Droids, for sure. I've seen some bands in Canada. What was the side project for Dan Beckner? When Spencer Krug, like Andre 3000, said, I'm about to do a little acting?
Mercy.
Janjo!
Don't kill me.
I have seen the Rural Alberta Advantage.
My name is Janjo. I'm an
Handsome Furs, yeah, I saw the Handsome Furs.
I'm looking for the... I was able to use medicine to slow the infection spread. I have the petrification disease, and I need a cure.
Used to buy groceries at a grocery store that was worked at by the front man of P.S. I Love You.
It'll explain things faster than I can.
Okay, Johnny Depp. Guillaume's Ballad.
Many subs fortune, but I couldn't...
Ooh, we've bottled a wish upon a star. Motherfucker, Jiminy Cricket for real. Switch the Q. What a creases maxed out. What the hell am I doing, man? Biff Naked. Biff Naked was a regular at the grocery store I worked at. I've never seen Biff Naked, but I have heard Biff Naked. She had a song in Burnout 3. My Red Tango Shoes, I think. Money Trees, it goes Halle Berry and Hallelujah.
Wow.
Holy
never
cow, it's
expected
Escape from
to-
Tarkov. You can harvest gold coin fruit at set times. Use boosters to speed up its growth. That is not going to be happening, and that's okay. Where the hell am I, man? I'm in Hotel Cred. What the fuck? I'm in Marvel's Midnight Suns, bro. Miyazaki, you've done it again. They didn't have to flex on Miyazaki like that, man. That's crazy. Buongiorno. I wonder how devs feel when NL mashes through the lore. I mean, they should feel fine. I wonder how the chef feels when you order the pub burger, and then when the plate comes back to the back of house, the lettuce, the tomato, the onion, and the mayonnaise are all scraped off in a damn pile of garbage in the center of the plate. Probably just about the same way as the writer feels when I mash the A button while Giorgio's talking.
Hey, check this out. No, I'm just kidding.
Portrait
no,
of
it
a
looks
boy.
Exactly
The
like
Credit River and drown the
You see
whole
it, right?
world.
With the nose and the right.
Though he looks so sad in photographs, I absolutely love her when she smiles. That's a good point. If they didn't want me to skip, they shouldn't have given it a skip button. It's that simple. It's just my moment of weakness. They should examine my head. Just my moment of weakness. Something, something, a word I say, yeah, you know what I'm talking about? Hey, Kate, are you still here? Where do I go? Talk to people in the hotel and a new area opens. All right. Guy who uses a teleporter to walk 100 meters. Europeans be like, here's my impression of America. The store is 200 meters away. Let me hop in my teleporting device. Should we walk? No, it's drizzling. Let me fetch in the La Das Teleporten. Oh, man. Smarmy sons of guns. Oh, man. Then the buffet for dinner. Geppetto ass.
You're back. But with the why not go to Amsterdam? I always. This, I thought to think that forget memories. The city asked me, thanks to you.
Never mind. I got quartz, bro. Talk to old woman now. Thank you for the first grade. I appreciate it immensely. Rising dodge. Retain guard regain. Add amulet slots. Increase pulse. I mean, that would be nice. Let's be honest. It would be. I have 3 quartz. Enhance perfect guard destruction. I love this for me. How is the human brain supposed to parse this? Lowers guard regain reduction. So it lowers us gaining something back, reducing. Lowers guard regain reduction. It lowers our guard, it reduces the reduction of our guard regain. Lower legion consumption in a crisis. Reduce stamina consumption from dash. Lowers stamina consumption of all actions when pulse cells are discharged. Interesting. I don't know, man. Pulse cell recovery. Better Estes. That seems to make sense. And look at that. Now we got +1 Estes too. Actually, I guess I got one more quartz. We might as well send it. Increase guard, lowers guard regain reduction. Does this not strike anybody else as being a little bit fucked up? Sure, let's retain our guard regain. Enhanced weapon attack when pulse cells are discharged. Enhances the stagger attack of dodge attacks and dash attacks. What the hell are we doing? You know what? Let's take it for the meme, man. Ebby polling at 48%. That's good, right? I mean, like 40, there's like 8 political parties in British Columbia. I got confused, man. So I moved here. There used to be a BC Conservatives Party. Then they changed their name. And this doesn't make any fucking sense. They changed their name to the BC Liberals. So we live in a province where the Conservative Party is the BC Liberals. But then, like last year, the BC Liberals got tired of getting shellacked. They changed their name to BC United to stop the confusion. But now there's a BC Conservative Party. And I'm like, what the hell's going on? Like, I can't keep it straight anymore.
Hurry up. I heard Rosa Isabel. I feel.
Rosa Isabel Street entrance key.
If you came, I knew. I heard the crowd. Many people. Stop the hotel. I'm going to. People have no. Thanks for keep. I'm an old friend. Make yourself. If you have it.
Whoops. Sorry, I forgot that. I don't care. Where do I go? It's not this door, right? If only she told you where the key goes. Unlock the door on the 2nd floor. Thank you, thank you. I don't need an old woman. I have the wisdom of crowds. Upstairs and to the right. Me when I'm describing to guests the location of the nearest bathroom. Straight ahead, you can't miss it. Me still being 35 years old and asking the server where the bathroom is, even though the bathroom is always in exactly the same location every single time. It's always next to the kitchen. It's never not next to the kitchen. I gotta wait till the server comes back and says, "How's your food?" And I go, "It's good. Oh, by the way, unrelated question, where's your shitter?"
Isabel Street, the entertainment district. You might call it extravagant. Operas, operettas, street concerts, all running 24/7. Adelina Corday, the singer in the red dress. Oh, she was the most famous of them all. The legendary prima donna. Well, I'm not really sure.
How's this for lore? You guys love lore so much, right?
Makes sense. It's getting a little depressing.
I only go to the cafe to use the bathroom. $6 charge each time. Me in an exaggerated New York accent. Wait a minute. In damn Europe, you gotta pay €6 to use the bathroom? In America, we just piss out the window, brother. Yeehaw! That's not a New York accent. I moved there from Oklahoma. It's a global city, bro. Chibli, who is the funniest person at your resort? I don't mean like most humorous, because obviously it was Apollo, but I mean like funniest character. Every time you go on a vacation in like a closed environment, you get to know the people around you a little bit. The old guy who told us about his crypto millionaire buddies. That's a pretty good one. The hell is this? Anyone ask you how your Peloton ride went today? I don't know if they asked me, but I could tell you. Started with a 30-minute Ali Love Tabata ride. Output was a little lower, but you know what? On those Tabata rides, you spend a lot of time in recovery, and you spend a proportionally less time really giving her. But you give her pretty hard. I think my output on that one was probably like in the 320s. Can I get a fact check on that, librarian? I don't want to be accused of stealing valor. You've had a rough week too. Thank you. I can't give myself that grace. I appreciate getting the grace from you. Second ride, 30-minute Cody Rigsby pop ride featuring powerful women. Lizzo, Beyonce, Ariana Grande. I think I was up there on that one. I might have been like at like a 402 or something like that, which is it's probably like a top 25 ride of all time. But we've been cooking on those out of the saddle climbs lately. And then the third ride was a 30-minute Hannah Frankson 90s ride where she tried to tell us that she's the only person who remembers How Bizarre by OMC, which is truly an insane statement. That was more like that was in the 380s, I think. Overall average wattage over 90 minutes, I'm going to say we averaged 205 to 210. Bro, fuck this. Are you crazy? I'm not doing this shit. Get the hell out of there, man. Absolutely not. My dad's been giving me some Peloton tech too, because he rides as well. And I honestly think that I should take him up on it. Oh. It's so sad that we attack before we investigate. Oh no, it's the retail boss!
Let's. I dedicate this performance to my sister Adelina.
I own you. Anyway, I'll tell you. My dad said that his secret for the Peloton, I'm not joking, and honestly, I think it makes sense. 5 minutes before he gets on, he has a Hall's cough drop. And he says it clears up his sinuses and helps him increase the lung capacity, his aerobic intake. He waits till it's like 90% dissolved, and then he starts the ride. And I'm like, dude, that's the smartest thing I've ever heard. Performance-enhancing drugs. I'm out here like a damn fool. I'm like, my secret? I eat sugary foods. I didn't even think about the Hall's tech. Oh! It's like dudes in the 50s used to smoke before the ride to open up their lungs. Yo, but that might... I did... I don't even know where I saw this. I saw a tweet where somebody said, smoking isn't good, but I'm pretty sure that smoking a cigarette in my car right before the cop pulled me over is how I didn't get a DUI. I was like, what the hell? By the way, I was not like new tech. I was like, does that make any sense? I'm going backwards. If you're driving drunk, you could just smoke a cigarette when the sirens come on and then go look. Like it appears his blood alcohol content is 0.00, but his cigarette alcohol content, his blood cigarette content is 99.9. man. Narcan should work with alcohol. Alcohol would be a much better drug if, when you decided you didn't want to be drunk anymore, you could just like kind of poke yourself with like some kind of little needle and then just go straight back to being sober. That would be awesome. If it instantly neutralized all of the alcohol in your system, you could have like 12 beers with lunch, have a great time, laughing it up, watching the Drew Barrymore show on the bar TV, and then just be like, oh, time to go back to work. That would be goated, man. They should invent that. Wahoo! Okay, relax. I guess you're not supposed to sprint through that, huh? What can I say? You're not wrong. Those clowns had hands. Self-driving cars will be a game changer for drunk driving. If we lived in a technocracy, they would. But because we live in the relic of British parliamentary rule. Hang on, let me pop this real quick. You know that the shit will still be illegal, even if there's no manually driving cars in like the year 2070. It'll be like, well, you still might have had you're too under the influence to know how to get into your own garage, so you're going to the slammer. Nice try. It's gotta be a shortcut, right? Oh, what the hell, dude? I'm not pro drunk driving. Like, don't slander me. But I am also pro laws that make sense. So I have no faith in our society, since in multiple countries it's illegal to like sleep in your car if you're intoxicated. That's not drunk driving, bro. That's drunk sleeping. It should be illegal not to sleep if you're intoxicated. Hello?
I dedicate this performance to my sister Adelina.
When your weapon breaks, you're gonna be real salty. Ratatouille-ass song. What are you talking about? I don't even know you, much less your sister. Why you fishing so much? Bro, it's Dark Souls PvP. You got a problem with it? Hate the game, not the player. Dick Van Dyke and Hamilton be like, hate the sin, love the sinner. Should really work on going southpaw, man, because like if you just rotate around her, she's you can't be hit by her. I'm gonna rue the day I said that.
Scream a requiem for me, if you would.
Mario 64 boss. You could just say Bowser. We had a Squeaks raid earlier. We all know who Bowser is. Oh, sorry. I'm not an Ambi Turner. You're just mad because I'm styling on you? New mask just dropped. Me after my wife got sick this week. Be like... Grand Theft Auto San Andreas.mp4. Here we go again. Me after Jim Carrey makes a banger movie with Cameron Diaz in the 90s. That's damn true. You got those KN95s? Yeah, we got some N95s. We got some N99s. I don't know if it matters though, because I think I've been wearing them, you know, for 3 years now, on and off. But like, I don't think I didn't get a lesson on how to put it on. They really should have made this guy an Andy Turner too. Like, I feel like it has the capabilities of a 99, but the way I utilize it is probably more like a 65. What do you mean by it? Well, it's like I got a little bit of facial hair, you know, my glasses are not fogging up when I'm wearing them, because that's like, you know, a good sign that it's actually sealed properly. I'm just doing I'm making a good faith effort, but I'm cutting a hole in it for my straw. Yeah, remember when they reopened the Canucks Stadium and started having Canucks games? They said, like, you got to mask up at all times except when you're eating or drinking. And then everyone was just, like, drinking all the time. It's the only way to get the usher not to yell at you is if you were drinking a beer. It was the greatest concession-selling marketing scam the arena ever pulled, man. You were like, my ass is too drunk, but I don't want to get yelled at. The Calgary Flames goal scored by number 18, Dylan Dubé. His 18th of the game. What? Baby nut?
You're walking about in a place like this. You must be a stalker. Can I ask you a favor? My wife's body lies on Rosa Isabel Street. There was a fire, and I couldn't reach her through the flames. I know she's gone, but I hate to think of her just lying there. Would you bring me her belongings? Then I'd have something
This is
to
the kind of
remember
shit
her
you
by.
just asked to a stranger? He does look like Bradley
Thank
Cooper.
you. Small kindnesses like this give me something to cling to. Her body is on Rosa Isabel Street. She used to look so beautiful in her black dress. I miss her so much.
Oh, okay, all right, pervert. Shut up. I'm gonna have you arrested. Most average husband. So true. Husbands always be like, my wife's dead. Before you ask, no, I had nothing to do with it. I saw someone in chat say, sometimes I get too drunk because I'm awkward. Before I'm drunk, I don't know what to do with my hands. But then after having a drink, it just comes naturally to keep drinking. I think I think I am a compulsive drinker, but not of alcohol, just of fluid. Like, if that's why I get mad at a restaurant sometimes. They keep filling the water up. I keep drinking the water. And then sometimes they go like, do you want some more water? And I'm like, no, I'm good. And then they go, here, we're going to give you some more anyway. And I'm like, lady, I'm going to be pissing my pants on the drive home. I literally, I don't have the willpower to not drink whatever beverage you put in front of me. You could even be putting Beverly, the Italian digestif that tasted like black licorice filtered through like an animal's digestive system. I'd drink 2 liters of it before I knew what was good for me. I'm on the Chris Pratt diet. So true. Disneyland meme soda. It is. It is. It is and not. Holy cow. This must be the dancer, bro. Most Vadi-Vidia pilled Liza P player. Holy cow. You're a lot stronger than your sister, too. Unbackstabbable? Alright, alright. Thank you so much. Get on, you stink. Is Lies of P the best Dark Souls game? No. But it is the best Dark Souls game that I have played that is not from Software. And I don't even think this is too far out on a limb. Maybe you think this is a basic take. And by the way, we are going to end the stream soon. I don't know if Kate's watching. We'll end it right now. But I'm willing to say that it is... I put a lot of respect on From Software, okay? I do think it's better than Dark Souls 2 as of right now. But you also... It's kind of hard to judge a Souls game, including Lies of P, on the first playthrough. Because you're like, every boss, you're like, this is the damn coolest boss I've ever seen in my life. Then you beat the boss and you're like, yes! Then sometimes you play it through like a second time and you're like, bung, 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 I've solo you in 2 seconds, like you stink. Anyway, slash marker me. Lies of P. Good progress today. Certainly we made it through a filter, if not the filter, a filter. Better than Bloodborne? Listen, man, you weren't there, okay? You weren't there in 2014 when Bloodborne came out, and then I played half of it, and then I was like, I wish you want to finish this, but then it was really annoying to record it because I had to go into my wife's office, so I had to wait until like she was done recording. I'd be recording like Bloodborne episodes at 8 or 9 p.m. at night, and then I'd have like 2 hours just dying on the same boss at 15 FPS, and I'd be fucking, it's like fucking not worth it, man. And then I like stop playing Bloodborne and then get memed about it for like 4 years and then play it back once I actually had a PS4 in my office with a capture card. Some of you weren't there, okay? And it shows. Kate, are you ready to stream? I'm gonna eat that leftover Indian food. Oh! Can I tell you something crazy? This blew my mind. Malik, are you still here? Ordered from an Indian restaurant last night, okay? Chana masala, aloo gobi, lamb korma, lamb curry, 2 rice, 4 naans. It was like $86. Getting Indian food that relatively cheap, that was for 4 adults and a kid. I was like, it's the cheapest Indian food has been since like 2011. Like I felt like I went back in time. And it was delivery. I was 90s maxing. When the delivery guy came, I handed him a $5 bill and a loonie. It's true, it cost about as much as David Brooks' meal at the Newark airport. I gave a cash tip to the delivery guy, and he said, "Thank you very much, sir, thank you." It was like straight up, like it was a 1996 ass interaction. The food was also 1996 ass, which is to say, it was pretty good. I was happy that I was eating Indian food. Is it the best Indian food I've ever had? No. Is it 30% cheaper than I would expect comparable Indian food to be in Vancouver, especially factoring in the delivery charge? Absolutely. Kate is live? Okay. I squeezed as much blood from that stone as I could. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow. As far as I know. As they say, bye.